Okay, so I'll call this December 10th, 2024 meeting of council to order at 5:01 PM. This meeting will be held in a hybrid manner where members of council, staff, and the public can participate electronically. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded and will be available on the township website. Notice is hereby provided that under the authority of the Municipal Act 2001 and in accordance with Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, that all information attained is considered part of the public record. All rules apply to the meeting as if everyone was attending in person, and if there's a problem with the technology impacting the proceedings of the meeting may be recessed. So at this time, I would ask everyone to stand that can for the national anthem. We acknowledge that we are being hosted on the ancestral lands of the Haudenosaunee, Mississauga, and Omamamawinini people. We acknowledge and welcome the presence of all Indigenous people, including the Métis, Inuit, and other First Nations from across this vast land, who also make this place home. The lands we are on today are recognized in the Two-Row Wampum, Dish with One Spoon Treaty, Treaty 27, and the Crawford Purchase. So at this time, we have due to extenuating circumstances, we do have a request for a waiving of the procedural bylaws so that Councillor Budrick can both attend the closed session, and this would be his third meeting in open session, and the procedural bylaw allows for two. So if the clerk has something to share at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've combined the confirmation of the agenda motion with the procedural bylaw motion as well. So it reads that the agenda of the December 10th, 2024 meeting of council be confirmed as circulated, and that section 7.3A and 7.3D of the procedural bylaw be waived to permit Councillor Buderick to attend the open and closed session of the December 10th meeting virtually.
So as long as we're good with both of those, waiving the bylaw and adopting the agenda, then we can take that motion as it was presented. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Broderick. All in favor? Motion is carried. Any declarations of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof for open session this evening? Seeing none. The next is to move into closed session, and the recommendation is that council now move into closed session to consider information supplied in confidence by another level of government, funding agreement, personal matters about an identifiable individual, staffing in the emergency services pursuant to section 2392B and H of the Municipal Act. Do I have a mover? Councillor Willis, so moved, seconded by Councillor Buderick. All in favor? Motion is carried. on the screen. Council, do we have a mover? Councillor Broderick? So please go ahead.
That council authorize the mayor and the CAO to enter into a contribution agreement as attached in SR 2825, and that staff be directed to communicate to the public the details of the contribution agreement as soon as permission from the third party is received.
So moved. Seconded by Councillor Willis. Call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Thank you. And just before I go any further, I'll just, we have a couple empty chairs here. Councillor Budrick, he has joined us virtually. So he is taking part fully within the council meeting as well. And Councillor Ennis did send his regrets for this evening's meeting. So the next item is for presentations. The first presentation is George Stanois. And if you would come forward and yes, have a seat. The mic, if you push the button, the red light will shine. There we go. Now everyone can hear you in the virtual audience as well. So yeah, if you're ready, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to present. Oh. Okay, yes. All right. Good evening. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present the findings from the campaign fundraising planning study that we undertook over the last couple of months. Joining me this evening is Lee Pigeau online. He'll be presenting the findings and then afterwards an opportunity for some Q&A. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to be going through several slides. The first one is I wanted to thank the mayor and council and the Loyalist Township staff and their fundraising committee for allowing us to do this project and to work with you over the past several months. The team that worked on this project is George, myself, Daniel Tessier-Young, and Mary Singleton. So we've been working on this project over the last several months and wanted to share our information with you. And what we are sharing is the pre-campaign planning study. And I want to talk a little bit about our approach on how we do this study and why we do it. So we were asked to do a study regarding a fundraising campaign. And how we do that is we prepare a case for support or a rationale around the question. We work with your team to get a list of people to interview, influencers, decision makers, people in the know in the community. We prepare an agreed to interview questionnaire, and we send out some meeting requests by email and follow them up. Then, of course, we do the appointments. And then our third phase, of course, is the consolidation of those results, our analysis, the creation of the report, and tonight's presentation. And that all happened between September and today's date. So what did we want to do? Why did we get to interview all the people and do the study? Our question was to determine whether raising $2 million in donations for the renewal of the WJ Henderson Recreation Center in donations and sponsorship is realistic and achievable. So we wanted to determine whether a fundraising campaign could be undertaken and how much support that campaign would have in the community. We wanted to identify the level of participation in that fundraising campaign by donors and volunteers, and to identify campaign leaders and to assess their level of engagement so we know who would be working with Loyalist to raise the funds. The first thing I wanted to present is our challenges and strengths when we looked through the results. The challenges of running a $2 million campaign right now was that there are competition from other large charities, such as the hospitals and post-secondary institutes in the area. There is a perception from some people that it is already built because it is, and therefore is already paid for. So why would you need a campaign? The general economy and community demographics were seen by some as a challenge. It was also commented that not everybody uses it. There are some regional dynamics at play because Loyalist is a smaller community next to a larger community. And there were some who wondered that aren't the taxes already paying for it? But there were a lot of strengths as we went through the interviews. There was general agreement that the facility is needed and a new facility, that it is a world-class project. It's not just another arena. It is regional. It is not just Loyalist Township, that they would bring people in from other areas, and that many clubs, groups, and ages can participate in the community campaign, that there would be broad acceptance from the general community. And one of the big things that came out of it was that it was a legacy project. It was a rallying point for the community. This is a once-in-a-generation project, as in this quote. It's a community hub, it's safe, and it's accessible space. It's something that many people in this council probably would only make a decision on once in a lifetime. And there was a broad support for donations and participation across the interviews. So getting a little deeper into some of the challenges and opportunities, it's seen as needed and part of both community and business development, and to develop a sense of identity for Loyalist. And it's one thing that everybody can agree upon, businesses, community groups, everyone can get behind a project like this. And it's a great way to bring together different areas and regionalities that make up Loyalist Township. There were generally two types of people that were considered to be interested in the project itself, and that's the newer, younger residents and potential residents of Loyalist Township who want services like this and will move into an area where there are services. And then there are more established residents who are interested in the project because they wanted something to be proud of. And that was just two different ways that people saw that this was an important project. The fact that the building is almost complete was seen as a financial challenge for the campaign, and that means the message has to quantify what the donor is supporting. Very, very specific communication will be needed around that. And that may be helped out by naming opportunities, sponsorship opportunities that are explained well and promoted as positive. So really focusing in on that will be helpful. There was some very specific comments around information sharing, whether that's through the mail, it's face-to-face, combined with a strong online presence. So it's not just one way of communicating, it's going to need to be communicated in a multi-pronged manner, including at the facility itself, having information about the campaign at the facility itself. And one of the biggest things that kept coming through was that it's a comprehensiveness of the project. Again, it's a green project, it's seen as accessible, it'll be a world-class facility and as a community center. It's something for everyone who wants to get involved, and that is going to be a main communications theme. Just a little bit more on that. It's that re-emphasize some of the things we were talking about, and that's that it sets us apart. And that if we're going to spend money on something, we need our services to be top-notch for economic growth. And, you know, again, I don't want to belabor the point, but it begs the question, why should I give? It's already happening. So that needs to be part of the communication. Some of the other feedback was that keeping the Henderson name was seen as important. That's a decision that's already been made. That was a positive. And everyone wants this expansion to occur. So there's nobody against the project that we spoke with. So the celebration factor is going to be big, both the facility itself and the donors. Celebrating those people will be important. And it's going to be important that clear communication and focusing on the positive will be a winning factor. So getting deeper into some of the specific projects that we used to analyze our report. Most people hadn't given to a municipal facility in the past from a donation. And for most that did, they donated elsewhere to another community project, maybe not in Loyalist Township, but in another community. But there were no concerns that this was a municipal project. So that was seen as a positive aspect of the questionnaire. So our case statement, we talked about and we tested the $2 million goal. The feedback we got was either uncertain or positive. There was no negativity around that. And the uncertainty we had was people projecting their uncertainty onto others. So the people we interviewed said, I think it's a great idea, but I'm not sure how others would take the goal. So that was really an interesting part of the campaign for us, and something, again, that will need to be addressed in communication. And so again, it's about success stories and positivity. Donor recognition, this was overwhelming for us, that the ability to recognize donors, 94% of the people said that's going to be important. Naming rights, sponsorship, donor wall, people seeing the names and celebrating the donors will be a critical piece of the campaign and of the future of the facility. When we talked specifically about fundraising, there were more than 25 different names suggested as donors in the major gift category, or $25,000 plus. And again, it was noted that naming opportunities recognition would be important factors in their own decision to give, and they also felt in the decision for others to give. And close to 60% of people said they would make a donation, they're ready to give. And those who weren't sure, nobody said no, some said unsure, the majority of those said they were likely to give if they could understand the rationale behind it a little better. So that, again, it was seen as a fairly positive comment. Some of the other things that we took into consideration in our report is that there was a belief that there will be community support from the athletic groups, swimming clubs, hockey teams, organizations will go out and help fundraise, whether it's through bake sales, drives, any type of fundraising, that the community groups would be a part of it. And there is significant potential for donations with others. And again, because there were many people mentioned on the list, that was seen as a plus. And one of the good indicators of success is that there were 7 potential donors were mentioned multiple times throughout. So there were 7 or 8 individuals and companies or organizations that said these people should be approached. And our study showed that most people would be willing to give over $1,000. Getting a little broader in terms of that, the business sector in your outlying areas was mentioned several times. Developer support was noted as essential. Construction companies were mentioned, and again, support from the user groups was needed. There were people who needed to be convinced by saying, yes, if the people who are using it are fundraising for it, then that's a good thing. And there was one developer was unanimously named as a key donor. So there was some very narrow focus on some of your key supporters. The other part of our confidential questions, of course, we don't ask these, we don't share these in public, but just the aggregate results, was a majority of the people who we interviewed said, yeah, they would help out in the fundraising, which is usually about double what we normally get. So that was seen as, again, another positive. And getting other organizations, again, to be a part of it, that youth leadership was important. And there were 3 people who were mentioned multiple times for leadership roles. So given all of that, what are the winning conditions for a $2 million campaign? Our analysis shows that it's simply communication is the number one. Focusing on the community benefits. So reinforcing that it's not just an athletic facility, it's a benefit to the entire community, whether that's economic, health, accessibility, that it's a big thing, but also to keep sites set high, don't lower standards. And it depends on the top tier of donors from each sector coming in and being a part of it. So again, you need your leadership, and then your campaign will be successful. So the question that everybody wanted to know, of course, is the results of the study tell us that yes, Loyalist Township can raise $2 million. for the WJ Henderson Recreation Center renewal. So moving on from the analysis into our recognition, there are a few things that we like to talk about in a theoretical point of view that seem to have been worked out over the last 50 years, is that you need your top 9 or 10 gifts to get you almost to half of your donations. And we feel that this is a good potential way of structuring your campaign to look at 1 or 2 gifts at the very highest level, and then again really focusing in a community, and you'll see that at the 30,000 the 30 gifts at 10,000 and 20 gifts at 25,000, that middle section will be really strong within your community because that will show different levels of support. So your strategy is to offset the cost of the multi-use recreational facility. And so again, I'll reiterate, we need to keep the site set high, showcase the facility, get your leadership gifts in, naming opportunities keeps coming up, speak to community, family wellness, engage the community at all levels, and provide details to everyone, clear communication about what the gifts are doing and what the facility is all about. So the first next steps for the campaign would be to thank the study with a letter from the mayor, create our campaign case, and that's the full rationale for giving, and a fundraising plan that includes sponsorship ongoing, not just for the short while. Part of that's going to need to be a communications plan to keep the community informed and keep the site set high. And a donor stewardship plan and recognition plan. And specifically, that's around naming opportunities, your donor wall, keeping people's name in lights and on the facility. And one of the other things that'll be important was to develop a plan for tracking and managing your prospective donors, sponsors, and campaign actions, having a central database for the township to be able to track their activities, because that'll lead to help with the analysis. And of course, over the long term, if people give for more than 1 year, your inner workings, your internal financial department will need to be a part of that, and that'll need to be developed with them. And again, create a campaign committee with local leaders to do the fundraising. Because we kept talking about naming opportunities, looking at a schematic of the facility, we devised these potential naming opportunities that are keeping your site set high, but also are realistic given the regional circumstances, what other organizations in your community and surrounding community are doing. And these, of course, are just the first blush at this, and we will need to go through this with a fine-tooth comb and have council, of course, approval on this in the later stages of our preparation. So what are the real next steps for our organization and what we'd recommend Loyalist Township do to create those winning conditions and raise the $2 million? The immediate next steps is that our organization, BMP, will create a campaign plan and timeline that will put all of this together, include a campaign committee, a working committee of those volunteers who are going to hit the ground, get out there, and get the major donations. That will mean in terms of reference, the scope, the scale of what they're doing. A fundraising advisory committee that would be made up of both council staff and volunteers, so that there would be a bit of an oversight to what's going on. And specifically around timing, goals, and naming opportunities. And again, that's about quantifying something so that you know when you've achieved something. And specifically, a very strong communications plan that sets out actionable items as well as strategy to make the campaign successful. Those are things that we are currently doing and will be completing hopefully by the end of December. And in January, we will complete the campaign case, the justification, the full rationale around it, as well as recruiting campaign leadership, getting a campaign chair. Specifically, And then next year, we would start with recruiting the other committee members, finalizing the communication materials themselves, create a campaign reference guide and training materials for those volunteers and staff, those question and answers, scenarios, the ability for people to move forward on some things like that. The other part would be creating or purchasing a donor tracking system so that we know what's going on and that it can be tracked easily. And then in March through June, we'd look at the largest gifts first, the major and significant gift solicitation, those gifts over $25,000. Best case scenario is to get those in right away before the community campaign starts. And that would be July to December, the public campaign, more of a celebration, gifts, recognition. And then finally, next January, have our final report and future planning for sponsorship and other activities for the campaign. So thank you for your time. And I'll turn it over mostly to George to answer your questions, but I will be here as well.
Thank you. So, council, any questions this evening? Playing very well.
Thank you.
Okay. And I'm just going to, Councillor Budrick, I'm looking left and right. If I happen to miss your square, please speak up so I don't miss any comments from you. So if there's no questions, we do have a recommendation with the report. Deputy Mayor.
I would move that the presentation from George Stanois and Lee Pigeau of BNP Goldie Canada regarding the W.J. Henderson Recreation Centre Renewal Fundraising Campaign Study be received and that Council approve the commencement of the capital campaign as outlined in the BNP Goldie Canada campaign report.
So moved, seconded by Councillor Broderick. Comments from the mover? Seconder? Other members? So yes, thank you very much for the presentation. Had great information and looks like we've got a solid plan to start moving forward on. So
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank
So
you.
I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
The next presentation is John Douglas, Chairman of Public Energy, Inc. Yes, your support, they can all come up and have a seat if they wish. Just as long as the red light's on here, everyone can hear you. So please proceed.
Well, thanks. Thank you very much, Your Worship. We very much appreciate the chance to be here today. And it's great to meet all of you. I'd like to thank MJ and Angelique and Andrea for helping schedule this event for us. Apologies for the people behind me. I don't normally present with people at my back, but hopefully you'll understand. Anyway, I'm going to try and move quickly through our presentation so we have some chances to answer some questions. So who is Public Energy? We're an independent power producer. We own and operate power plants in Ontario, and currently we operate 7 power plants for industrial customers like Magna International, Magna being our largest customer. And this evening I'm joined by my co-founder, Dr. Denis Steyn, who will introduce himself in a second, and also our Vice President of Development, Jordan McDonald, who was born and raised in Wilton, just up the road where you have that wonderful cheese factory. Anyway, when Denis, who's originally from Austria, is a very modest fellow, and so I'm going to toot his horn a little bit. He's got 2 PhDs, one in gas physics and one in high voltage engineering. So when he immigrated to Canada, his wife's Canadian, back in 2018, I've known Denis for about 12 years. I used to develop high voltage direct current transmission lines. The most notable one is Montreal to New York City, called the Champlain Hudson Power Express, a 1,250 megawatt project that's under construction. So Denis and I go back a fair ways. So when he came to Canada, we started working together on sort of what's going to be the next big thing. And so we decided that distributed generation will be part of the future. Denis advised the German government on their energy transition, and people were just starting to talk about that back then. And so we started Public Energy. It's based in Toronto. And as I said, Magna International, we've just converted 3 of their largest plants in Ontario, including their St. Thomas plant, which is the largest truck frame stamping plant in North America. So with Denis's advice, we started looking at hydrogen. And so the project from day one, so the project that we're going to talk about today is converting the Kingston generating station into a hydrogen peaking plant. So what is a hydrogen peaking plant? Well, I'll tell you very quickly, hydrogen's been around for about 100 years. It's typically made, a common way to make hydrogen is through a chemical process using an electrolyzer. So electrolyzers have been around for a long time. There's nothing new there. But Ontario offers a unique opportunity for this because, of course, at night, our energy, our electricity is pretty cheap. So we're proposing to make hydrogen at night with cheap electricity, like for a penny a kilowatt, and storing that hydrogen on site to burn in a turbine to make electricity when it's required. In Ontario, industrial customers, if they can do what's called peak shaving as part of the industrial conservation program, and if they can hit the 5 peak hours of the year, they can save a bundle. So that's why companies like Magna, Stelco, big industrial customers that are typically more than a half a megawatt of load are pretty keen to do that. So in Ontario, the peak days are pretty easy to predict. It's typically the days that are over 30 degrees and 90% humidity. Those hot days, which come in recently in the last 2 years, come in clusters. So it's easy to predict the day. It's hard to predict the hour. And so what we decided to do with Public Energy is to run our engines, to turn them on at 9 in the morning and run them all day for 10 hours. Because sometimes the ISO, the Independent Electricity System Operator, will predict, hey, tomorrow at 6 o'clock, 6 p.m., there's going to be a peak event. And so if you have a 2 or 3 hour battery, you would turn your battery on at, say, 3 or 4, hoping to get that 6 o'clock peak. But if a rain event comes through or a storm, sometimes the event gets pushed to noontime, and you've missed it. But our engines run all day long, so we're very good at hitting these peaks. So we started, as I said, back in 2018 to come up with this concept. Well, people in Canada were talking about, hey, let's make hydrogen to export to Germany, or let's make hydrogen to use for the transportation business. And we came up with a different concept, mostly from Denis's sort of experience and expertise of, hey, let's make hydrogen with this super cheap energy at night. And sometimes in Ontario, with our nuclear power, we can't turn off our nukes. So we actually pay Americans to take our power. It's bid negative at night, like we'll pay them a penny or sometimes 2 cents to take the energy because we can't afford to turn off a nuke. If you turn off a nuclear reactor, it might take 6 months to turn it back on because you have to go through all this protocol. So that's the unique situation of Ontario and why we think it makes this an incredible opportunity for growth and for investment. So with that in mind, we started looking for a retired gas project that had an interconnection that we could use and basically replace those gas turbines with new 100% hydrogen turbines, which is what we're proposing to do for the Kingston power plant. And as I said to MJ when we met a few weeks ago, she thought that was an awful name. So we're quite happy to let whoever rename that facility, whether it's Loyalist Generating Station or Loyalist Hydrogen Station. The thing to keep in mind is we're talking about a $400 million project that will generate 100 construction jobs, probably 15 to 20 great operational jobs for the 30-year life. And this will be the first such hydrogen peaker plant in North America. So we have both GE and Siemens that are pretty keen to be the first. So we started going around Ontario talking to owners of these projects. So we've entered into an LOI to acquire this site from the owner. And that's when I called the mayor to introduce myself, and he said, hey, these are the ladies you need to talk to. And so we've had an initial meeting, and they suggested that we make this formal presentation to you. So ultimately, we're going to contract with the ISO, but we're kind of in between the LT1 and the LT2. So we will be looking for municipal resolution of support at some point. Once, I'm sure this council and others will have lots of questions, and we're happy. We have a data room. We've done an awful lot of work. But hey, if for some reason you're not interested, that's okay too. Like, we won't, well, Jordan might take it personally because he's from down the street, but we'll understand. I mean, I've been involved in situations over the years. I've been developing for almost 25 years now. Some people don't like development, and that's understandable. What we're talking about is 100% emission-free, a $400 million project that will be one of the first, and a unique opportunity to make it almost like a hydrogen sort of energy center that will attract more interest and could be used as a kind of a center of excellence. So that's it in a nutshell. That's the project. We're talking about basically off-the-shelf components used in a new way. That's the innovation that we're proposing. Maybe I'll let Dr. Denis Steyn speak for a moment or two, just so you can hear his funky Austrian accent.
Well, I will indulge people with this, but there's nothing really to add to it, except I would say the hydrogen is not 100 years old. It's probably the first molecule that was created in the universe because it's the simplest molecule and it has the highest energy density of everything that we know in our nature. So it's a great energy storage device, and using electricity as an energy form that can be transferred from, as we said, from the grid at night into the hydrogen and back into the electricity, is actually, from the physical perspective, excellent way to advance the power systems in this province. Another interesting part, maybe not for the local, but for the provincial system operations, is that these power plants provides lots of services to the grid that go beyond electrical power. In terms of stability and in terms of operations. So ISO, they love operations like this. And now we would be the first time using something that's not natural gas, something that's not fossil fuel. And in this case, it's a hydrogen. And I think from the technical perspective, it's a really beautiful engineering project. But also from the system perspective, it's something that serves the system in many, many, many ways. Yeah, and I really don't have anything else to add. What John explained to the project is, from our perspective, it's a simple project from the technical perspective, and it needs lots of, I would say, communication right now to explain to people what we are trying to achieve here. And it goes from the provincial levels, from the premier to the relevant ministers, and now to the municipal levels as well. So that's what we are doing right now.
So we've spent the past year talking to the Ministry of Energy. We first started with Minister Smith, but now, of course, we have Minister Lecce and his Assistant Deputy Minister Oosterhoff. So they're very familiar with this project. They really like it. So does the Premier. So we have lots of political support. But I think, as we've learned from the LT1 exercise, municipal support is critical now. There's all kinds of new regulations from an agricultural perspective on renewable energy brought in by not just the provincial government, but by the federal government. So there's lots of fences to sort of jump over, lots of check marks that need to be acquired for a project like this. So we're starting as early as we can. The other situation about Denis was saying grid support. This part of the province is underserved for capacity. It needs capacity, and the best capacity is rotating mass from a turbine as opposed to from a battery. That really is much better for the system. And a lot of the utilities, Hydro-Quebec, utilities in the US, what's happened is most utilities have underpredicted the sudden demand increase in electricity. And at first it looked like, well, we were coming out of the COVID ditch. But now then it became sort of EVs and then data centers. But the demand is exploding for electricity. And both Ontario and Quebec have announced the need to basically double the generation capacity. So that's a huge investment. And I think the Kingston Generating Station, soon to be called something else, is an important, very important part of the grid in Ontario, especially here in Eastern Ontario. So the ISO loves it. We've been dealing with the ISO on a weekly basis for over a year now about this project, or about a project like this. And they kind of steered us towards Eastern Ontario, which is how we ended up at the Kingston Generating Station. So that's our humble presentation. I'm hoping, I wanted to go quickly. I hope not too quickly. But I wanted to give time for some questions. And again, we very much appreciate the chance to meet all of you. We're open to some questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Councillor Willis.
Through your worship, on the slide, you talk about the hydrogen peaking plant, but you have an RNG peaking plant mentioned there as well.
Right.
So what are we talking about there?
So thank you for pointing that out. I skipped over that. So we see the future of the Kingston Generating Station is following one of two paths. So I focused tonight or this evening on the hydrogen path, but there's new regulations coming in Ontario that will facilitate, and we were already doing this with our gas engines, converting them to renewable natural gas or RNG. And there's a lot of agricultural RNG projects that can't get built because they don't have an off-taker. They don't have a 20-year contract or a 10-year contract to sell that RNG, whether it's coming from a landfill or a dairy operation that produces, that has manure to get rid of and methane. So we think the new rules are such that you can create what's called virtual power plant, where we can convert the Kingston Generating Station and go to customers like Magna and say, hey, your facility in Belleville, you have a 5 megawatt load there. We'll supply you from the Kingston power plant. We'll do a virtual financial contract. We'll feed the grid here, and you take power from the grid in Belleville, and we'll settle financially like a virtual power plant. And we think that's the future. That's going to be a big business. So I think the opportunity to do both at some point and potentially even expand the Kingston power plant. And therefore, we know that there's some RNG producers that are waiting for a customer to show up to start buying their RNG. So that could be a real economic driver for this part of Eastern Ontario. And we think that's a big part of the future as part of Ontario's energy transition. Ontario's running ads on CNBC talking about how green our grid is. I see them in the mornings. You know, companies like Volkswagen and these large global manufacturers, they care about carbon now because their boards are saying they want suppliers that have a low carbon footprint. So by setting up shop in Ontario, they're basically ahead of the game. So we have a green grid. So we're going to help green the grid here by a hydrogen peaker plant. And, you know, so a secondary opportunity is this virtual RNG power plant. But really the focus of tonight is about.
Just to say the simple words, priority number one is hydrogen.
Hopefully that's clear as mud, Councillor Willis.
I guess I have two follow-up questions to that. One would be, so RNG would not be carbon-free emissions then, and will we know before you come to us asking for a municipal support resolution, what your actual plans are for the property?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're focused on hydrogen. I think there's enough gas plants available for us to do it. I think the ISO would prefer us doing something in Eastern Ontario because they need the capacity here. So yeah, we'll be very specific about the exact project that we're very confident in our ability to execute. Thanks.
Councillor Prager.
Through your worship, and thank you for the presentation. A few comments, and then I'll ask you a couple of questions. So the emission thing, I think that's unique that you said 100% emission. The one thing that, and again, sort of what Councillor Willis said, and you're obviously in the starting stages, is some kind of safety plan that's communicated to the community, because I think in past experiences that has been a major roadblock. In terms of the actual physical plant that's sitting there right now, is that a total knock it down and start over, or is it a, you know, half, like, give me an idea of that, whether it's in time or what kind of commitment that is to you guys?
We'll be replacing the turbines because of course they have 100% hydrogen turbines now,
Okay.
but the switch gear, the transformers, basically the connection is still, can be used, has a lot of useful life left. And as I said earlier, the renewable natural gas could be part of the expansion of that plant.
And if I may, your worship, just
We are looking in 24 months.
24 months?
Yeah.
So from the
Yeah.
day a project starts till you flip the switch and it's,
From the government approval and everything till the end, so Q4 26 or Q1 27.
and just I'm a pretty simple guy. I don't have a PhD in anything. So can you give me an idea of, in terms of, you talk kilowatt hours, give me an idea of that plant over a year. Could it power a city the size of Kingston, or, you know, do you have that kind of data?
Yeah, so the facility is 110 megawatts in a capacity, but it's going to be designed to serve these peaks during the hot summer days and during the days when the grid requires those. But in terms of perspective, so 110 megawatts could serve something like 3-4 Kingstons, yeah, in a capacity.
And we'd be making enough hydrogen for about 200 hours a year of service, because it's basically 20 days of 30-degree weather, 10 hours a day. So that's our 200 hours. There's all kinds of other ancillary services like powering the grid, demand response. The grid will pay you for turning on at the right time. So it might not just be the hot days, there might be maintenance somewhere else in the grid, and they say, hey, can you guys turn on tomorrow? It's not going to be 30 degrees, but it will help the system if you turn on. So that's the kind of contract would be signing.
One last question. You have the relationship with Magna. Would you be looking around here for some of the plants that are right here and developing some kind of relationship with them?
Yeah, well, we've already talked to many of the plants around here. So, I think we've talked to basically every big industrial customer in Ontario after the last 6 years. So, there's about 300 companies with a 5 megawatt or bigger load. So we know who they are. They know who we are. And Magna's a great example. They're a global company, and we sold them at the height of COVID. And so they think energy prices are going higher, and they just want to lock in a number so they can budget for their programs. And they're also worried about carbon. So it's a big part of their future planning. They like our hydrogen plans and our renewable natural gas plans. We've been debating, not debating, but we've been talking to the province about being able to inject renewable natural gas where it's produced instead of trucking it to our generating station, because then now you're making the carbon situation worse. So they're kind of, I would say, hip to that argument. And so I think when the legislation is finalized, I think that will be part of the solution, is an RNG person in Gananoque can inject there, and our plant can just take gas from the pipeline where it's located. But I hope I'm not confusing you, Councillor Willis, or anybody about the carbon. As Denis said, our 100% focus is the hydrogen pathway for Kingston. You're welcome.
Councillor Boudreau.
I have a few as well through you, sir. So you currently don't own the facility, but you're possibly looking at purchasing it?
Yep, we've.
Okay. I know other people have come before us before on LT1, and there was another proposal that came forward on the gas side of things. So I do know that there possibly could be other people interested. So I just was curious to make sure that that is something you're focused on, is acquiring it then. Also in LT2, you cannot use existing equipment, and I know that there are some good things there. So with your change to hydrogen, obviously it's just the turbine that you'd be switching out.
Yeah, exactly. The turbines and the controller that manages the facility. Exactly.
So the clarification with ISO has already been done in regard to the eligibility for the LT2, and also currently there is an ongoing conversation about the innovation, hydrogen innovation funds, and then we think that we can support this development through this process as well. So it would qualify in any case, because it's not only the turbine, it's electrolyzer, it's if you look at the overall balance of plant, it's pretty significant investment in the new equipment.
Certainly. Okay. Through you, sir, a couple more. How many kilowatts would the hydrogen generator actually produce? And
110 megawatts.
So it's going to be 110 gas the way it is now?
Yes, it will be completely utilizing the interconnection that's available right now.
Okay. And lastly, how much more efficient is this than just the battery storage facility?
It's the matter of time. So because ISO has put a limit on how many batteries they can accommodate in the grid, and the hydrogen power plant or the hydrogen peaking plant can run for longer time. So we are talking about 10 to 12 hours of available power to the grid. In terms of efficiency, the hydrogen energy density is much higher than the lithium ion density, but there is a loss of efficiency through the thermal process. I would say we are talking about 30 to 45%, depending on the turbine that's being used, and overall efficiency. But because of the time component, so we are providing the power for longer time, that's the much more viable option than a battery energy storage.
Okay. What about I understand the losing on the efficiencies, but would you also lose on the actual turbine itself some efficiencies?
Yeah, so that's so overall system efficiency will be close to 40%. So that includes the electrolyzer, storage loss, and the turbine.
And liquefying as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor. Maybe you had another, looks like you might have another question. Oh, you're good.
That's all.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
Okay,
I'm good.
thanks.
I'm good.
Councillor Parks.
Thank you, through your worship. Just a couple of quick questions, more general questions. This is new technology or old technology? I'm just trying to determine if it's a new process that you're using.
Well, it's the 100% hydrogen turbine is relatively new, but I mean, people have been making hydrogen using electrolyzers for a long time. OPG has a project in Niagara where they're making hydrogen, but it's on a blended basis. So they're putting like, I think 10% hydrogen in, and then they're shipping that hydrogen to a gas plant. So they're making hydrogen in Niagara Falls with an electrolyzer, then they're trucking it to Milton, the Halton Hills gas plant, and they're mixing it in that gas turbine, I think up to 10%. So that's kind of what's happening now. What we're talking about is making hydrogen right at Kingston, or soon to be Loyalist generating station or hydrogen center, and then storing it and then using it, 100% of it to make electricity.
Yeah. Thank you. Again, through the mayor, you don't have any of these plants in North America?
No, this would be the very first
first.
one, which I think is why makes it an exciting project for the province and for the suppliers. The global supply chain, people, you know, it's tough. People don't give pricing for, and we've made this argument with the government for, you know, LT2, which is 18 months out. You can't get pricing for 18 months. You're lucky to get 30-day pricing. So that's why I think we're pushing to move forward now with one plant or another.
So do you have any plants operational at this
Yeah,
point?
we have,
using
but
this?
not with hydrogen. Just want to add to why this is so unique, because the Ontario market situation, it's really unique in North America, that we have this overnight negative pricing on electricity or extremely low prices on electricity. There are not so many markets and jurisdictions in North America and globally, frankly, that have this type of situation. And we have a large surplus of electricity at night and a huge demand during the day. And this is why this makes economically sense. And this is why private investors are willing to invest $400 million into this facility. And so the hydrogen combustion, it's not nothing new. And electrolyzer, as John said, is new. Like hydrogen combustion has been used in the space and aircrafts and different equipment for very, very long time. And now we have a situation on the market when the first time we can use it for power. But it's been used for a long time in the transportations. There are a lot of hydrogen cars in the market, hydrogen buses, trains, space shuttles, and so on. So it's not really a new technology from that perspective. New is the use for the power systems. That's what I would say. It's really new. And this situation in Ontario allows for very good, economical sense in addition to having a sustainable solution.
Thank you.
Councilor Willis.
There's so many questions.
Yeah.
So you're making the hydrogen, you're making it from water, I'm presuming?
Yep.
Where's the water coming from?
From
The lake?
yeah, the lake, the plant has a cooling water already, a right to extract cooling water. So we'd be basically using, that's one of the assets. It's one of the reasons why we like that plant, because it has that ability. So we're not taking groundwater or looking for a new irrigation permit.
Any other questions from council? Councilor Budrick.
Thank you, through you, sir. To add the, I guess, the ability to make hydrogen, would the 11 acres be enough property, or would you need more property than what they already currently have?
No, the 11 acres is more than enough.
Any other questions at this time from council? I just have one. To start off, producing power from hydrogen is kind of intriguing to me, so I've been quite interested in this. The one thing, you're taking power at night, which is at a lower cost, you said, to generate the hydrogen through the electrolyzer, and then burning it. Is it just the cost savings in the price of the energy at night compared to the daytime that is favorable to doing this? Or is there actually, can you produce more energy than what you use? Just sort of a ratio. There's possibility for a ratio savings too.
This is not about electricity and energy. This is about the service that this hydrogen can provide to the grid. So the value, we are not buying one set kilowatt hour and then selling it for 10 cents. This is not the case. So we are selling them a service that they can call whenever they want. And that service has a value that goes way beyond kilowatt hour pricing. So that it's not really about kind of gaming the 1 cent against 10 cents. It's really about having an equipment that produces that service, and that's the electricity in any given time, and they need it, and the rotating mass and inertia and all of that that's coming out of this turbine that has much, much higher value at that given moment in time than ISO requires than a kilowatt hour they can buy on the market. So it's not an energy kind of arbitrage game. It's really about providing a service that's carbon free, that's sustainable, and that's superior to a battery service, I would say, in that case. So it's the mathematics don't go in a way in kilowatt hours. It go really about the value of that service to ISO, and they call these capacity markets. So they buy these capacities on the market, and this will be LT1 on a part of the LT2 procurement process in a province. So they have energy markets and then a capacity market. So we are turning energy into the capacity basically and selling this as a capacity service.
Okay. Any other questions from council? If not, there is a recommendation with Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would move that the presentation from John Douglas, Chairman, Dr. Denis Steyn, Vice Chairman, and Jordan McDonald, Vice President, Development of Public Energy, be received.
So moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Willis, any final comments from the mover? No. Seconder? Other members? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
So next up is the statutory public meeting. And we have some staff that will be coming forward. While they're coming forward, I'll just read the preamble. This is a statutory public meeting for the Amherstview West Secondary Plan, official plan amendment, and zoning bylaw amendment. The public meeting is being held in accordance with the provisions. Can we just close the door, please? Or ask them to step into the other part of the vestibule? A public meeting is being held in accordance with the provisions of section 17-15 and 1312 of the Planning Act to consider an official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and urban design guideline to implement the Amherstview West Secondary Plan. The lands included in the proposed secondary plan area boundary are bound by Taylor Kidd Boulevard to the south, to the north, Bath Road to the south, Parrots Bay Conservation Area to the west, and County Road 6 to the east. The secondary plan will address the extension of the Amherstview to the west to accommodate future needs and priorities for the new community, including housing types, urban design, community amendments, protection of natural environment, servicing, stormwater management, and transportation, including active transportation. The secondary plan will be implemented through the official plan amendment, which will add the policies and schedules of the secondary plan to the township's official plan. And implementing zoning bylaw amendment is also being brought forward that establishes the implementing zones, permitted uses, and development standards consistent with the secondary plan use designations and policies. The urban design guidelines have been developed in support of the secondary plan. So council shall now hear any person or by his or her counsel, solicitor, or agent, any person who claims to be affected by these applications. So with that, I will turn it to staff. Do you have additional information at this time to share?
Yes, through your worship, we do have our consultants from WSP and Bowden Winnicki here as well virtually to provide a presentation.
Very good. So welcome, and please proceed with your presentation whenever you're ready.
Right. Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. Can everyone hear me
Yes, we can.
properly? Yes?
Yes.
No? Oh, okay. So it says my internet connection is unstable. So anyway.
We can
Thank you.
hear you. We can hear you clearly in chambers.
Okay, great. Thank you. So good evening, Your Worship and members of council, and welcome to this most historic statutory public meeting on what we trust is the final draft Amherstview West Secondary Plan and all of its associated documents, of which there are many documents. It's been a long and winding road getting to this point, and many of you have been along for this ride with us since 2021. You and our project team are now collectively all arriving at the completion of a very long and thorough planning process. And I would like to take a moment to introduce you to the esteemed members of our project team, the people who have actually made all this happen, navigated the myriad of issues, policies, and physical land constraints to come up with a vision that you see before you today, and something that we are confident will work. And so we have here MJ Merritt, who's our Director of Economic and Community Development Services, Andrea Furness, who you've just met or haven't met before, obviously, Development Manager, James Griffin, our Planning Supervisor, and Luke McDonald, the Engineering Manager. All have been key members of this project since its beginning. Katie Amy as well. And over at WSP, we have our project co-lead Nadia DeSantis with us, who you'll be hearing from shortly, as well as Jill McDonald, Senior Planner with WSP. Next slide, please. Here's the agenda for today's meeting. We will basically be giving you an overview of the secondary plan itself, as well as the official plan amendment that is bringing it into fruition, the zoning bylaw amendment, as well as the design guidelines, which were mentioned earlier. We're going to talk about how we've inputted the community input into the process, and how this is reflected in all the final documents. And finally, next slide, please. We will be preparing a recommendation, which you see before you right now. But before, I will take you to the next slide, please. And this is what we will be going through in a few moments. We will summarize the community and Indigenous engagement that has taken place. We will go over the secondary plan itself, the zoning bylaw that implements it, and the design guidelines, and then open it up for questions and talk about next steps. Before we begin, are there any questions at this point of myself or any of our team?
None at this time.
None at this time. Great. Okay, well, with that, I will turn it over to the rest of my team to take you through the presentation. So I think Nadia, you will start.
Yes, thanks, Bowden. Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Nadia DeSantis, and we will be sharing this presentation between Jill McDonald and myself. So, and yes, this is a historic moment in the planning project and process, and it's been a real pleasure to work with all of township staff and the community, and all those members who've been part of various committees, and we're very happy to be here tonight and to present this to council and the public. So the foundation for the secondary plan is found in the township's official plan. And the official plan provides the overarching land use and policy guidance for the entirety of the township. In that official plan, section 5.7.6, entitled Fringe Area, states that, quote, long-term urban expansion is expected to take place in a westerly direction in Amherstview West. The fringe area designation requires that in order for urban development to proceed, a secondary plan is to be undertaken to identify the growth needs for the area, appropriate land uses and policies, and servicing strategy. In addition to the secondary plan process, we have also been working on a municipal class environmental assessment through, so that's the MCA. And this is a standardized planning process, which is approved under the Ontario Environmental Assessment Act, or the EA Act in short. It allows for routine classes of municipal infrastructure projects such as roadways, municipal water and wastewater services to be assessed following a streamlined EA process. The environment under the EA Act is it includes rather the natural, social, economic, cultural, and built environments. Projects or undertakings assessed following an MCA process must consider impacts on this environment as part of the planning process. So the secondary plan and the EA has been integrated. So we've had combined meetings to fulfill both the Planning Act and the EA Act requirements. It also ensures that through this coordinated and integrated approach, that environmental considerations are fully integrated into the land use planning process and in the overall decision-making process. The secondary plan would be approved concurrently, and once the secondary plan is adopted by council, the environmental study report through the EA Act will be updated, and I'll get into that in a little bit on the next slide. So the environmental study report, or the ESR, has been prepared, although it's still in draft form. It is available on the township's Engaged Loyalist Project webpage. And it includes all of the requirements as listed on the slide under the EA Act. And then, as I mentioned, following adoption of the secondary plan by council in 2025, the ESR will be finalized and it will be posted for a 30-day review, and the notice of completion will be posted as well. In terms of the community and Indigenous engagement, we had a very robust engagement program. We actually started this project in high COVID. So our very first engagement session was a visioning workshop, which was totally online. But we have moved and successfully moved into in-person meetings over the project. So that's pretty incredible how we were able to adapt, as we all had to adapt during COVID. This engagement program involved technical agencies, local organizations, community members to help develop the vision, the document, and the overall planning for Amherstview West. We had a series of engagement events, and we really truly thank all of the community members for their time and energy in helping our team and township staff to create this future community. We had touch points throughout the process with township council. We had a number of workshops and public open houses over the course of the project, and we had various means of gaining public input. And the last one being our statutory, or the public open house under the Planning Act in August of this year. Two project-specific committees were established at the project outset, and these members were engaged throughout the secondary plan process to provide initial review and feedback on draft deliverables. And these were the Technical Advisory Committee that consisted of township department staff, as well as from the county external agencies, including the Ministry of Transportation, the Cataraqui Region Conservation Authority, and Bridge Gas. And then we also had a coordinating committee, which included representatives from Township Council, from county staff, and as well as the secondary plan area landowners, the local development industry, developers, and community members. And again, we really do appreciate the time and energy that all of these committee members have contributed to this project. We've also engaged with 6 Indigenous communities, and they've been advised and they've been contacted throughout the project. And we've also provided the notice of study commencement through the EA. So they were informed and always opened the doors for any further meetings or engagement. We did have 2 but virtual meetings with the Alderville First Nation, as well as the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. So we were happy to have had those meetings and hear what they had to say to the contribution for this community. And through the public open houses and the community design workshop that was held last year, we received input from members of the community, and the comments are summarized on this slide, and I'm just going to highlight them very quickly. There was general support for a range of residential use and building typologies, as well as some additional commercial uses in Amherstview, and you will see that later in the official plan amendment schedules. There was some concern about potential traffic congestion along County Road 6, general support for the main street in Amherstview, so an extension of Amherst Drive to the west to create a quaint, old-fashioned village-type character street with a mix of uses. And then there were suggestions for additional road access into the secondary plan area to help with the traffic circulation, as well as considerations for school traffic. Thanks. I'm going to turn it over to Jill to present the next few slides on the key elements of our secondary plan.
Thank you, Nadia, and good evening, Your Worship, members of council, and members of the public who are in attendance. So in terms of the final draft secondary plan, the version that's been posted to engage loyalists and included the agenda package this evening is dated November 2024. So I'm just going to go over the highlights of our final draft secondary plan, discuss some of the changes that have been made to the documents since the open house that took place this past summer. So starting with the vision statement for Amherstview West that's shown on the screen, this was developed with input from the community over the course of the project through the workshops that were held, the open houses, and it's this vision statement that really drives the secondary plan. It speaks to the acknowledgement of Amherstview West and its proximity to Lake Ontario and the Parrots Bay Conservation Area. We really heard from the community the desire for this area to develop as a family-oriented, small town character that kind of provides a good balance of quality of life, celebrating the natural features and an area to live, grow, and visit. And so then building on the vision statement, there were 9 guiding principles that were developed to implement this vision statement. And these guiding principles will form a basis for the secondary plan policies, and I'll go over them at a high level. So the first of these is recognizing that the secondary plan is being prepared to accommodate urban development in a westerly direction. So that's in accordance with that township official plan policy that Nadia mentioned earlier in the presentation. Some of the other guiding principles speak to recognizing that there are, existing residential properties in Amherstview West and planning for compatibility with future uses. The guiding principle number 3 speaks to ensuring that newer development, such as residential, commercial development, is planned in an orderly manner. Number 4 addresses and acknowledges the desire to strengthen the community of Amherstview's commercial base and look at providing new opportunities to bring in new business and amenities into the area. Guiding principle number 5 addresses the preservation of natural heritage features in the area, and acknowledging that this new community is close by to Parrots Bay Conservation Area and looking to ensure protection for future development. Number 6 is looking at land use designations and ensuring that future planning development will consider the health and well-being of the future populations that come into this area. And then number 7 looks at providing a very comprehensive transportation network that considers, all types of modes, pedestrians, active transportation, vehicles, to provide connections from Amherstview area as well to the surrounding communities. And the final 2 guiding principles acknowledge the urban design guidelines for Amherstview West, which Nadia will get to later on, and then a framework for implementation of the secondary plan. So the final draft secondary plan includes 3 schedules or maps, and I'll provide an overview of these and walk through the changes that have been made since the open house. And these changes stem from comments that were received at the open house, through the commenting period that followed the open house. And we did receive written comments from various technical agencies, members of the project committees, so from the Technical Advisory Committee, Coordinating Committee, and as well as secondary plan area landowners. So firstly, Schedule A, the land use plan that's on the screen here. Schedule A shows the proposed land use designations for the entirety of the secondary plan area. So you'll see that designated land is shown mostly at the eastern limit of the study area along the County Road 6 corridor. And it gradually moves to the west. So again, in line with that direction in the official plan. For the most part, lands in Amherstview West are proposed to be designated as low, medium, and high density residential. And this is to facilitate a range of residential uses in Amherstview. So that could include anywhere from development with, a single detached dwelling form all the way up to, apartment dwellings, townhouse dwellings. In terms of the transportation network, you can see that the extension of Amherst Drive to the west is shown, and in the pink we see a mixed-use commercial strip, and that's to kind of acknowledge the desire for a main street in Amherstview, and that was a topic that was explored through the community design workshop held last year. In addition to the Amherst Drive extension, we also see extensions of Walden Ponds Drive and Kildare Avenue also moving into the secondary plan area. And as well, multi-use pathway connections are shown throughout residential areas to Parrots Bay, to the built-up area in Amherstview East. And finally, I'll highlight as well that in the lighter blue color, municipal stormwater management facilities are shown conceptually just for planning purposes. And as well in the larger blue block, an institutional block has been designated to acknowledge that there's interest in one of the local area school boards to have an elementary school in Amherstview in the future. So for Schedule A, there have been some adjustments made to address comments received from the open house. So the first that I'll point out is the high density residential block shown at the intersection of County Road 6 and Amherst Drive. That sizing of the block has been adjusted slightly just so that width aligns with a mixed use commercial block. And this intersection is really intended to be the gateway into the new community. So the entrance into the main street there. The second change, and this change is actually been implemented in all 3 secondary plan schedules, is the mapping of the Meadow Marsh. So this is an area that's located at the northeastern portion of the Lost Creek. So this was shown as suggested by the Conservation Authority. And then as a result of this change, there were some adjustments of the areas of the conceptual stormwater management ponds. Okay, so moving on to Schedule B, the transportation network. So this illustrates the proposed road and trail network in Amherstview West. So firstly, for proposed roads, these are shown and indicated by the black and blue dashed line on the map. And so the proposed roads include major collector roads and minor collector roads. And so as well, there are proposed multi-use pathways shown by the red dashed line. So from this secondary plan schedule, all of the township official plan schedules are proposed to be amended to reflect this road network as well as the multi-use pathway network. There was one small adjustment made to this schedule since the July open house, and that was a realignment of a multi-use pathway between Kildare Avenue and Bath Road. So that adjustment is shown on the final draft Schedule B. Schedule C shows environmental constraints in Amherstview West, and this schedule shows 2 policy overlays. So the first of which is the environmentally sensitive areas overlay, and that's illustrated by the green hatch there. And so this environmentally sensitive areas overlay, or ESA overlay for short, is a policy overlay that is already included in the township parent official plan. And so the township official plan directs that this overlay is to include certain natural heritage features. So this includes significant woodlands, unevaluated wetlands, wildlife linkages, corridors, amongst other features. And so for any development applications that are proposed for lands part of this overlay, the township may require submission of an environmental impact statement to demonstrate that there be no negative impacts or propose recommendations for mitigation as necessary. The second overlay shown on Schedule C is a regulated area overlay. And this overlay is also currently in the township's official plan, and there is no adjustments proposed to this overlay. We just wanted to show this on the secondary plan schedules for a more comprehensive view. So this overlay includes lands that could be deemed unsafe for development due to flooding and erosion. So this generally includes lands that abut the Lost Creek watercourse and that are in proximity to Parrots Bay. So should development proceed for lands within this overlay, the township again can request studies such as a geotechnical report. And so for Schedule C, the major change since the July 2024 draft is the addition of inferred and potential karst areas from the secondary plan area. So this information has been brought in from provincial data, and so that has been added and will be implemented as a new schedule in the township official plan for amendment. And now I'll turn it back to Nadia, and she will walk us through the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment.
Thanks, Jill. So the secondary plan would be implemented through an official plan amendment, which is the draft has been issued. And essentially, the draft official plan amendment would adopt the policies of the secondary plan, and it would be shown as a new section 5.7.2.4 Amherstview West in the township's parent official plan. There would also be some minor text references to add Amherstview West in the sections that are listed on the slide here. And then all of the schedules in the parent official plan would be updated with schedules to reflect what we've presented and what's further detailed and illustrated in the official plan amendment, to look at the land use schedule, which is shown here on the right of the slide, the environmental overlays that Jill explained, the transportation plan and the network, the trail network, and as well schedules F, J, and K would show the future road network in Amherstview West. We would also have a new schedule for the natural hazard area to reflect the karst information. The policy framework is such that the secondary plan policies would prevail over any policies in the parent township official plan in the event of a conflict. So that's how that is set up. Then the draft zoning bylaw amendment, or ZBLA, implements those land use designations. And we are proposing new residential exception zones. So those are identified by R4 -XX or R5, R6. And so the R4 -XX would implement the low density residential, the medium density, and for example, that high density residential would be the R6-XX. We're introducing a new mixed use commercial zone. So that's C7. So that's that pink area along the Amherst Drive extension that is being proposed, as well as a new general commercial zone, which is shown here as C8. And the community facility, so the schools and another institutional block, would maintain the existing community facility zone, and the environmental protection areas would be EP and open space. So the CF, EP, and OS are existing zones. So we're integrating new zones into this community and applying existing zones where appropriate. The one thing I do want to mention is the existing residential properties that are located along here and on Bath Road. Those are zoned R1. And then the urban design guidelines. So these were prepared for Amherstview West, and for sure they were part of the discussions, and the community workshop that we had in September 2023 really helped to advance these guidelines. And this is an additional tool to implement the vision of the secondary plan. They would be adopted by council, and it will assist not only township staff, but landowners, future developers in this area to really understand what the vision of Amherstview West should be. There are guidelines to identify built form, using thinking about climate change, resiliency, all seasons community. And so they really are value to understand 3+ years of work that has gone into it, especially for those who may not have been part of the process and the discussions. It's a highly visual document with really good best practices and good visual examples to capture the vision for this community. So in terms of next steps, for those who may not be aware, the project is on the Township's Engage website. These documents can also be viewed at the municipal office. And subject to any comments from tonight's meeting, we'll finalize the secondary plan, the official plan amendment, the zoning bylaw amendment, the urban design guidelines, and they will go to council adoption in winter of 2025. Following the notice of decision, there would be a 20-day appeal period. Following that appeal period, the environmental study report under the municipal class EA process would be finalized, and it would be available for a 30-day public review. So on behalf of our WSP team, there's many colleagues who've all contributed to this who are not here, but we want to thank them, and to township staff for really working on this exciting area, and planning for the future is always a big endeavor and lots of considerations, but we hope that that this plan and the policies and the implementing zoning and design guidelines really help to build that new community, and hopefully we can come and visit the new community one day. So I'm going to turn it over to Bowden to close off our presentation. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Nadia. And again, echoing what was said earlier, very grateful to all the assistance that has been channeled into this project for the last 3 years. Any other questions of staff or WSP at this point?
Okay, I'll call for the questions. Would you be able to just stop sharing screen so I can see everyone? We have a council member that's virtual too. Thank you. So, council, any questions at this time for WSP or staff? Councilor Willis.
When we were looking at the map, there are gray areas that are not part of the Amherstview West Secondary Plan. If someone owns land there and decides they want to develop it, what would stop them from that?
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Willis, so those areas are identified as future development areas, and there's specific policies proposed in the secondary plan and implementing official plan amendment that has very specific criteria on when those lands can come on. So essentially an official plan amendment would be required. And one of the criteria in order to bring forward that official plan amendment is a growth study that indicates that basically the population warrants the additional housing. So we don't have enough, we won't have enough units to accommodate the planning horizon over the secondary plan, amongst a number of other studies that would be typical, but that one being the big one that would prevent development for some time.
Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Just in the, I guess, future development, you've got 3 options there. And I notice in each option, there's an area that's identified as listed property municipal heritage register. Could you maybe expand on that? Is that something that can't be developed? Is it something that needs some work yet?
Yes, through your worship, Councillor Project. So they're not identified in the actual secondary plan themselves as being protected or having specific heritage policies. They're interest properties on the municipal register under the Ontario Heritage Act. So the interest properties essentially mean that there's a property owner would have to give council 60 days notice in order to demolish a building, but alterations could be made to the building. But they're not officially designated under the Heritage Act.
So if I could continue through the mayor, if I'm correct, there's no buildings on that site right now. Is that correct?
Sorry, through which option were you specifically looking at?
I was looking at, I guess it's option 1, but they're all, or option 2 I was looking at, but they're all the same. You sort of have the residential plots at the bottom, and this one property comes through right to the bottom. I believe there's a barn there and a house. But everything north of that, there's no buildings there.
Yes, through you, the northern portion was initially identified as a cultural heritage landscape. But what was actually, so that's identified on the interest list, but particularly the only protections are the actual buildings themselves. And there's been no further policies in the secondary plan speaking to that cultural heritage landscape because it doesn't have a heritage designation.
Other questions at this time from council? Councillor Prager.
I don't know if this is appropriate at this time. I'm just going to throw it out there. When I look at a couple of the options, and I'm just thinking of some of the maybe historical experiences I've had in the last little year, 2 years, is some of these high density ones. The one on option 2, I think it is. Option 1 is planted right in the middle of the development. I'm just, maybe it's down the road, this conversation where that goes, but I would think we want to discourage traffic from going through to a destination like that.
Okay. Any other questions at this time? Seeing none. Thank you for the presentation, and we appreciate you sharing the information with us. Staff in chambers, did you have anything additional at this time, or that you're good? Okay, very good. So with that, we will go to the public portion of the meeting. So first, just the way we do it is I will go in chambers. Anyone that wishes to speak to this can speak to it. Then I will go to the virtual audience, and if anyone in the virtual audience wishes to speak, if they use the raised hand feature, you can be brought into the meeting. So first I'll go in chambers. Is there anyone in chambers that wishes to speak to this evening? I'll ask one more time. Anyone in chambers wish to speak to this? Seeing none, we'll go to the virtual. If there's someone in the virtual meeting, please use the raised hand feature. We're bringing one in. Perfect. There we go. Mr. Hodgins, you're now in the meeting virtually. If you do have some information to share with us this evening.
Yes, I've been following this process as one of the land owners, and the one thing I want to point out is, or just question is, Amherst Drive is going to be considered the gateway to the development, which I assume is going to be at some point traffic signals put in there, and that's going to control the traffic for the next 25 years of development. I just want to point out, when you do Quinn through that major gateway into the development, there's not a whole lot of residential. I was thinking there should be more residential off that gateway, and everything expands north and south from there, rather than 25 years of development coming out on the secondary roads. So I just want to point that out and sort of make everyone aware of that.
Okay, thank you. And staff are making notes of that so that they have them to review later. Thanks, thank you. Anything else to share at this time, Mr. Hodgins?
No, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. If there's anyone else in the virtual meeting that wishes to speak this evening, if they could use the raised hand feature, we can bring you into the meeting. No one else? Yes. Did you wish to speak to this evening? Okay, if you could just come up to one of the mics and turn it on, and that's okay. That way, no one in the virtual audience can hear you unless you've got up at the mic. And if you can just provide your name and then share your information with us. Pardon me? And just share your information with us. Yeah. So if you can just push the button so the red light comes on. There we go.
Hello, my name's Scott Hallman. Just upon watching that, if you look at kind of the discourse in Canada concerning the housing crisis at the moment, I would just hope that Loyalist Township in the future considers as much high density as possible. That is one of the solutions that you hear at the federal and provincial level coming up the most, and that was kind of my only my only feedback, is that like an emphasis on high density, I think is very important in moving forward and getting as many people a house as possible in the country.
Okay, thank you. So there, I'll just double check. There's no raised hand features in the virtual audience? None? Okay. So that concludes the public meeting session. And just looking at staff, the points that were raised, they've been noted for future for consideration. Okay, thank you very much. Council, any other questions or comments at this time? Seeing none, there is a recommendation with the report. Do we have a mover? Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would move that the report from the Development Services Division, December 10th, 2024, Statutory Public Meeting, Amherstview West Secondary Plan, Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment be received, and that staff review the input received at the Statutory Public Meeting, make any necessary revisions to the project documents, and bring forward a recommendation at a future council meeting.
So moved. Seconded by Councillor Parks. Any comments from the mover?
Not really today.
No? Seconder? Other members? Seeing none, I would just like to just thank staff for the amount of work that's gone into this. As Bowden mentioned, it's been quite a process, and WSP mentioning at the height of COVID, we decided to kick this off. So, but we persevered. So thankful for the staff that worked on this, the consultants, and also for the public that shared their input to be able to develop this to the stage it's at now. So with that, I will call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Okay, so that brings us to open forum. So 15 minutes of the meeting has been set aside for open forum. Any individual may address council regarding an item on the agenda, excluding matters under the statutory public meeting section on the same agenda. Each person has 3 minutes to speak. Anyone wishing to speak can register in advance, and we do have some here, or use the raised hand feature if participating virtually. And I will call for in chambers as well. So today, as I mentioned, we do have some that we will be calling forward first. So I will start on that now. Scott Haldeman. You're good? Okay. Minette Boudry. So same drill. If you just have a seat, push the button so the red light is on, and provide us your information.
Council and Your Worship, Minette Pigeau. I operate Soup Chef Food Truck in Fairfield Park at the moment. I just have a few concerns with the new proposed bylaw. Let me bring my glasses. So section 5.6 says that the operators of the park permits are responsible for waste removal each day now. I'm not sure how you regulate that because everyone uses the garbages in the park. Like people come with food from other food premises in Amherstview, food from Kingston, people have picnics in the park. Several people put their garbage in the park every day. So I don't know how that would be discerned whose garbage was whose for us to dispose of at the end of the day. So I was a little bit concerned about that in the proposal. 7.8 is about the portable toilets in the park that are in there before they open up the regular washrooms. Usually happens around May 2-4. But before that, there aren't any, and there have to be for KFLNA for us to operate. I don't mind paying for the portable washrooms for us to operate in the park, but I know that in Fairfield Park, there's 3 retirement residences within a kilometer. So a lot of the people that come to that park are elderly. And we hear from them all the time how great it is that there is a portable washroom for them to use. And up until last year, I think it was there year round, even in the winter. So everyone appreciated that, at least the seniors for sure. And a lot of them, it's hard for them to get all the way down to the other washrooms. They come even from Anguanada, they come in buses, they're all handicapped, they have wheelchairs and walkers, and they just can't go that distance. So I feel like it was an important asset to the park to have those washrooms there for everybody, not just for the people that operate in the park. Another thing was 7.9 says that no one applicant can have more than one permit. So to me, that says that if, say, Babcock Mill, there's no one in that position at the moment. Let's say no one applies for that. Could Scott, if he was at Finkel or I was at Fairfield, could we not operate a second truck in that spot? Because according to this, it says we can't. So I'm just wondering if that could be amended too, maybe, in case someone wants to operate more than one in a spot that isn't being used at the moment. Because it did say that you wanted to create more opportunities for people to operate. If there isn't a huge demand, then maybe someone could operate more than one. Is that my 3 minutes? Okay, that's it. Thank you. That's really all I had to put in.
Okay, thank you. And the next is Jason Van Dyke. Did you wish to speak this evening as well? Okay. Okay, so those are the three that we had noted here. Is there anyone else in chambers that wishes to speak this evening under open forum? Seeing none. If you're in the virtual audience, if you wish to speak this evening under open forum, please use the raised hand feature and we can bring you into the meeting. Seeing none, that concludes open forum. Straight. We have no delegations, so we're on to items for consideration. 18 Manitou Crescent West office space lease. Good evening.
Oh, I have nothing further to ask. I'm the delegated spokesperson from Finance and Facilities.
Okay. So, council, we have a report and a recommendation before us. Are we prepared to make a motion to put it on the floor? Deputy Mayor?
I move that the report from the Chief Administrative Officer dated December 10th, 2024, re 18 Manitou Crescent West office space lease be received, and that council direct staff to renew the lease agreement of Unit 8, 18 Manitou Crescent West, Amherstview, substantially in the form attached hereto for 5 years, including options to renew for 3 additional 5-year terms, and the council authorize the mayor and chief administrative officer to execute the lease agreement once finalized to the satisfaction of the CAO.
So moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Willis. Mover, any questions, comments? Seconder? Other members of council? Councillor Broderick.
Through your worship, and I might have missed this if it's in the report, so forgive me. Is there a opt-out clause at any time during any of the 5-year cycles?
Under the standard terms of a commercial lease, you're locked in per se for the 5-year term. So the options would be at the 5-year term, whether or not you want to renew for the full 5 years or not.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Broderick.
I do know this is an expensive lease. I remember this discussion from 5 years ago when we first moved into this property. My question is, are we looking at any options for a building of our own that we would own instead of having to rent?
Certainly. I know prior to me, arriving here, there was some discussion in 2017 when the Henderson Renewal originally came up, and the concept of a hub of adding administration building there. I believe the concept drawings showed that as an option, and I know due to costs and timing, that was put out to a longer phase away. So phase one was just the pool and the renewal of the arena. Staff have looked at that and put in essentially just a placeholder in the long-range financial plan in the capital projects for the beginnings of a design project for a new admin building. This would be in 2030 and in 2032 to begin construction. So we really just put in a very, very rough estimate, being so far out of cost to build a new admin center. I think there's many decisions that will have to come before council in terms of whether council still wishes to do the central admin hub, you know, at the Manitou location of the Henderson, or if there's other options available. So staff are recommending that during discussions that are coming up this winter of the long-range financial plan, that perhaps we could have a bit of discussion about council's thoughts or priorities with respect to this project specifically. You know, it's not an inexpensive thing to take place. You know, this is the lease is substantial, and from a financial analysis point of view, if council wishes to direct, we can look at sort of more options on the financing side of things. But as council is aware from budget discussions, there's not a lot of extra room for additional debt, and so staff have just left it there a little bit farther out. Before we have more information with respect to potential funding for this, or you know, if there's other options. We do own all the way to Shane Street out back here, and you know, in addition, South Frontenac is just putting an addition on their facility, and we were going to go have a look see, but we're expecting that during the discussion of long-range financial plan, if council wishes to move those timeframes at all, or wishes staff to report back on other options, we can do it at that time.
Any other, excuse me, any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Thank you. Appointment of council members to the Committee of Adjustment for 2025. So we have 3 positions available. I guess first I'll look for volunteers instead of voluntold. Councillor Broderick.
I will start the stampede of volunteers and volunteer for this committee.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Willis? You're joining the stampede? You are. Thank you. Is there a third member that wishes to volunteer this evening? And no. That would be present. So looks like I'll be the third. Unless somebody wants to fight me for it. I don't know. You've got a lot of work this year. Okay, so Councillor Willis, Councillor Broderick, and myself, if that's suitable for the remaining rest of council, do we have a mover for the recommendation with those names included? Deputy Mayor?
Yes, sir. I move that Councillor Broderick be appointed to the Committee of Adjustment for 2025, that Councillor Willis be appointed to the Committee of Adjustment for 2025, that the Mayor be appointed to the Committee of Adjustment for 2025, and that bylaw 2024-101, a bylaw to adopt council members to the Committee of Adjustment for 2025, and amend bylaw 2024-8 be enacted and passed.
So moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Parks. Any comments from the mover? Seconder? No. Any other? Call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Draft refreshment vehicle bylaw. Welcome. Do you have anything to add at this time? Or
Through
just here
you-
for questions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can respond to the questions from the members of the public.
Thank you. Please proceed.
And I have Lori here to address the garbage question and the washroom question.
Perfect.
Through
Yes.
your worship, with regards to the washroom question, I can speak to since 2019. So the seasonal washrooms that are in the park, they were closed for a number of years until we could do renovations on them. They were recently opened again within the last, I believe this was the third summer that we were able to open those. Prior to that, we were using portable washrooms in the parks. And during our wonderful little pandemic that we had, portable washrooms were a big topic for everyone. So they were there for the duration. But prior to COVID, to my knowledge, it was the seasonal washrooms that were serviced at Finkel. And that is what we have done since we were able to refurbish them and open them back up again.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
We were conferring through the mayor in terms of the waste management concerns that were brought up. So the intent is that a receptacle near the refreshment vehicle would be the responsibility of the owner of the refreshment vehicle, and that there wouldn't be any waste associated with the vehicle. So, potato peelings or garbage that is generated by the vehicle that could be permitted to be put into the other waste receptacles within the park, but that the township staff would continue to pick up the waste from the receptacles within the park outside of the area where the where the refreshment vehicle operates.
So it's just one can right adjacent to the vehicle itself. Okay.
And to answer the last question regarding the number of park permits, so as per section 7.9 of the draft bylaw, it does say that one park permit per operator, but then it also says that if there's vacancies in park locations, then subsequent park permits would be issued if that's the desire of the applicant. The reason that we have it written this way is because we want to make sure that there's diversity in food options in the community and obviously not create a monopoly for one operator over others.
Okay. Okay. Those are the comments and and that concludes, you don't have any additional information. You were just making sure and respond to those questions. Okay, thank you. Council, any questions before we carry on further? Councilor Broderick.
Through you, if I can just follow up on that 7.9. So in this scenario, would it be recommended that whether it's the sous chef or somebody else put in multiple applications, or would that be we don't have anybody here, we'll contact those who applied to see if there's any interest? Like, how would there be a process for that, I guess?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councilor Broderick. Yes, so the operators can apply through the application process, can indicate their preferred park locations. And if there are multiple applicants looking to establish their vehicles at the same park location, then we would use the scoring system. And then the person or the applicant that scores the highest using the scoring system would be given their number one pick. And then we would make sure that all the applicants who've applied for the park locations are granted a park location if we have any available, and then we would start allocating the second park permits for the operator.
Councilor Willis, did I see your hand?
Yes, thank you, through your worship. I looked at policies in some of our surrounding communities, and they have exemptions that are, I think, quite practical for things like not-for-profit groups. And I know on Amherst Island, the Women's Institute has a coffee cart that they often bring to events, and I don't think they ever make more than $20. So, they wouldn't be really wanting a license. And I know that service groups often have popcorn vehicles and things like that. And in other municipalities, those not-for-profits and service groups are exempt. They've also specified exemptions for people under a certain age because lemonade stands happen and things like that. So I think that we might want to give some consideration to that. In item 11.2 under exemptions, it says that a license is not required for a refreshment vehicle operating on township and/or private property in zones permitted under the zoning bylaw for a period of not more than 3 days in the calendar year with a valid license from another municipality within Kingston, South Frontenac, or County of Lennox and Addington. So other policies that I've seen just refer to a valid license from another municipality because we're not identifying Napanee here, for example. So, there may be vehicles that come from Gananoque that come to the area for a period of time. So just leaving it just another municipality may be something to consider. The other thing, the 100-meter distance, or 120-meter distance from another food service. And a couple of things with that. I'm wondering why 120 meters? Why did we determine that that's the right amount? And also that you said that you've removed the condition that they be selling similar products. So, for example, a hamburger truck outside of a pizza place is not selling the same thing. So what are we trying to protect there?
For you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Willis's question, the 120-meter rule came from the existing refreshment vehicle bylaw, which states that that no refreshment vehicle should operate within 120 meters of a business selling similar products. Just paraphrasing. The reason. So that's where the 120 meter rule came from. The current bylaw has that additional phrase within businesses that sell similar products. And what staff are proposing right now is to remove that last phrase because it is subjective. And this year in 2024, we were faced with some concerns on the interpretation of that phrase as the staff and members of the public interpreted that phrase very differently. So this is the reason that staff right now are proposing to remove that subjectivity in that phrase, but still keep the 120 meter rule. And this is going back to the motion passed by council in April, asking staff to review the current bylaw to protect existing businesses that employ employees, residents, and provide tax revenue.
Yes.
Thank you. I understand that concern. I did look at what the property taxes are for some of the standalone food service locations, bricks and mortar in the township. And in a couple of cases, those taxes aren't much higher than what the food trucks are paying in fees. So, and the food trucks are also providing employment in the township. So I think we need to be careful of disrespecting one type of business for another type of business. And then I looked at the rubric for park permits, and I have some concerns with that as well, because we're determining what menu diversity and innovation is. And one of the things is you get the most points if you have menu items that come from multiple continents. So a Thai food truck or a Mexican food truck is going to score very lowly, even though that might be a very popular addition to the township. And also I noticed that we're giving highest points for trucks that are sourcing 51% of their ingredients locally. And I have experience in food services, and 51% is a very high number for buying locally. Basically, if you sell coffee, you're not going to get those points because we don't grow coffee in the area. So I'm concerned that this needs another run through.
Okay. Are there any questions at this time? We have not taken. So since there's no motion on the floor, I'd like to keep it to questions for clarification at this time before we make a motion. So are there any questions for clarification? Okay. With that, there's a recommendation with the report, or would somebody wish to put a motion on the floor for consideration? Councillor Broderick.
I will put the recommendation on the floor. That the report from the Clerk's Division dated December 10th, 2024 redraft refreshment vehicle bylaw be received, and that council select option 5, a merit-based system to allocate park permits, and that council enact the draft refreshment vehicle bylaw 2024-103, attachment 1, and the bylaw to amend the fees and charges bylaw 2024-104, attachment 2, and as a result, repeal the current refreshment vehicle bylaw 2020-085.
So moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Parks, any comments from the mover?
Thank you. I would just comment that the fact that it's a merit-based system, I think we have to stick to that. That's the only way to do business as far as I'm concerned. As far as the menu, I guess that's a tough one. The market often will drive the menu, and let's face it, people who are at the sous chef or wherever are often going from A to B, and maybe in a hurry, but again, people with experience in the food services industry would probably, I hope, agree that it's hard to dictate what you can buy and where you can buy it. But again, giving credit to those who've been in the community for a number of years with their vehicles and providing jobs for the teenagers probably in the summer and things like that. I think the merit system is the way we go.
Thank you. Seconder, any comments?
Thank you. Just a comment, just to say that appreciate the work that staff has done on this. I brought this originally forward as a motion to review this due to some concerns that were raised about some situations that were happening in the village last summer. So I think the basis of this is good, and it's what we can work with.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Willis.
I won't comment out of order this time. With apologies, I can't support the motion because I think that there are too many details in this that need some revision. And I think our good intentions are going to leave us with a bit of a mess.
Any other comments? Deputy Mayor.
A question to staff about the timing of this. If the motion got defeated and there was another motion to refer it back to committee of the whole in early 2025, what timeline implications are there for that?
Regarding applications for 2025 season. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Deputy Mayor's question, if it's the intent of council to refer this back to staff for a second look, what would happen tomorrow is that we would open the refreshment vehicle applications under the current bylaw and allocate the 2025 park permits through the existing bylaw, and then we would bring the second version of this draft to another meeting in 2025.
Okay. Any other comments? Back to the mover for final. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Draft asset management plan. Here comes Mr. Scott. Welcome, and I know you've got some presentation to share with us, so whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm Alex Scott. I'm the Asset Management Coordinator here at Loyalist Township, and it's my pleasure to present the 2024 Asset Management Plan. Is it on? It's not working. So under Ontario Regulation 588, 17, otherwise known as the Infrastructure for Jobs and Prosperity Act, the township is required to meet certain timelines regarding asset management. Our last report was done in 2022 and included core assets such as roads, bridges, water, wastewater, and stormwater management systems. The 2024 Asset Management Plan, otherwise known as the AMP, will meet our Phase 3 requirements for all non-core assets and includes current levels of service and the cost of maintaining those services. The report is required to be made public and a copy provided to Infrastructure Ontario. By July 2025, we need to build upon the 2022 and the 2024 AMPs and include proposed levels of service, what activities will be required to meet the proposed levels of service, and a strategy to fund those activities. At a committee of the whole meeting in the new year, staff will be presenting on establishing proposed levels of service and seeking both corporate and strategic input from council on those levels of service. And then starting in 2026, municipalities are required to provide an annual update to council by July 1st and an updated AMP a minimum of every 5 years after that. So Ontario Regulation 588-17 defined core assets to include items such as water and sewer treatment facilities, pumping stations, storage facilities, distribution and collection systems, roads, bridges, and guide rails. While non-core assets are considered all other assets not defined as core. However, non-core assets should not be taken as meaning less important. The 2024 AMP is structured with an introductory section that outlines the approach, purpose, and structure of the AMP, a series of separate sections for each asset category dealing with the state of local infrastructure, levels of service strategy, life cycle strategy, and a risk strategy. A financial strategy section outlining both the tax-funded and user-funded asset categories, and finally, a section outlining future growth in municipality, and finally, various appendices that complement the data presented in the AMP. The next few slides will deal with some key terminology in the AMP and some of the processes used to prioritize work. Replacement costs are what it should cost to replace the assets in 2024 dollars. And were derived from several sources such as historical construction contracts or tenders, user-defined costs, and CPI inflationary estimates. CPI is typically used in the absence of reliable data to determine the current replacement value of an asset. As assets age and new technology becomes available, inflation becomes a much less reliable method of determining the replacement value. And as such, user-defined costs based on industry sources is the preferred method. And as 10-year capital plans are adjusted from year to year, costing is more accurately updated with information such as tender estimates. The estimated useful life of an asset is the period in which township expects the asset to be in service before requiring replacement or disposal. The EUL is initially estimated based on the township's tangible capital asset policy, but can be adjusted via rehabilitations or improvements and/or condition assessments, resulting in a shortened or prolonged estimated useful life. For example, a road constructed in 2000 would be a little over halfway through its estimated useful life of 40 years. And if nothing's done to that road, it will continue to depreciate and would likely require replacement in another 16 years. However, that same road has preservation activities such as microsurfacing undertaken at the appropriate time, then the service life remaining would be estimated to having 5 additional years. Further preservation activities such as mill and pave of the surface asphalt would further extend the remaining surface life. And this example could just as easily be a water main or a facility, and the goal is to identify the appropriate activity to be undertaken at the correct time to maintain the assets at the lowest cost over the full life of the asset. Condition ratings were assigned to every asset using a 5-point rating scale. In addition to providing a sound basis for assessment, this will allow township staff to benchmark the results against the values within the AMP. And many of the conditions are age-based, which is not always the best indicator of condition. Other information should be included if available, such as condition assessments done during preventative maintenance activities or other operational tasks. And an asset is deemed to be in poorer condition, an asset that is deemed to be in poorer condition than similar assets in its category will negatively impact the service life remaining of that asset. Ontario Regulation 588-17 specifies that the community and technical levels of service, or specifies the community and technical levels of service for core assets. For non-core assets, the township was required to develop both community and technical levels of service. Several new levels of service for non-core assets have been developed through 5 working groups and in consultation with the operating divisions. These new levels of service have been included in the 2024 AMP, and future AMPs will include additional levels of service as needed. Council has previously endorsed the corporate and expanded community levels of service, and these will continue to be incorporated into future AMPs. So as noted, several new levels of service for non-core assets have been included in the 2024 AMP, and this slide identifies some of the new levels of service using criteria such as safety, quality, usage, and environmental stewardship. Future AMPs will incorporate additional levels of service as needed. As noted earlier in the 2025 AMP, the 2025 AMP will be required to include proposed levels of service. These will need to be approved by council for all asset categories. And this could result in an increased or reduced or no change to current service levels. So determining the life cycle activities that could potentially be undertaken for the lowest cost is a requirement of the regulation. And end of life assets are those assets that are monitored for condition but are run to failure under an asset end of life approach. Non-life cycle management is a function of the level of risk the asset possesses to the township. Both the asset risk as well as the risk to the level of service must be considered when choosing this strategy. And assets that reach a condition of 20 or below will have a planning budget generated to assess the condition or plan for the asset's replacement. Life cycle assets, on the other hand, are those that are monitored and kept in good repair via periodic life cycle activities to ensure the provision of services. For example, a road may have multiple preventative maintenance activities and rehabilitations activities completed prior to undergoing a full road reconstruction. The township is required again to determine the life cycle activities that could potentially be undertaken for the lowest cost as a requirement of the regulation. And ideally, the methods chosen would reflect the lowest cost of maintaining those assets over the entire life cycle. Life cycle activities could include regularly scheduled maintenance, such as ditching or grading of a gravel road, preventative maintenance that may extend the useful life of an asset, such as a rejuvenating agent, crack sealing, or microsurfacing of an asphalt road, rehabilitation such as resurfacing, and finally replacement with full base reconstruction. And savings from undertaking preventative type maintenance will be discussed a little further in the presentation. Generally, infrastructure needs exceed municipal resource capacity. And as such, municipalities must carefully select the projects based on the state of the infrastructure, the economic development goals, and the need of an evolving and growing community. These factors, along with social and environmental considerations, form the basis of the township's risk management framework using consequence and probability of failure models. The consequence of failure risk models are discussed in the existing AMP and differ by each asset category. These typically will have multiple factors such as economic, environmental, operational, regulatory, health and safety, social, and strategic. And the multiple factors are each weighted to produce an overall consequence of failure score of between 1 and 5. The probability of risk model is generally a function of an asset's physical condition or service life remaining. which is heavily influenced by the asset's age and the amount of investment that has been made in the maintenance and renewal of the asset throughout its life. The probability of failure risk model is consistent for all asset categories within the AMP to produce a score of between 1 and 5. Using both the probability of failure and the consequence of failure scores, these are multiplied to produce a risk rating out of 25. And it's important to note that risk ratings help prioritize work within an asset class, but because the consequence of failure varies between asset classes, it can't be used to directly compare between different asset classes. For instance, a higher risk asset in machinery and equipment and furniture may not be quite as important as a slightly lower risk asset in the water system. Since 2001, the rate of housing growth has continued to outpace population growth. This is owing to the declining average household size, which is a result of the demographic change underway in the township. The growth rate differences between population and households are partially due to an aging population that mirrors most of Ontario, particularly in communities outside major urban centers. The effect of the declining household size is that a greater number of housing units and infrastructure are required to house a comparable population. A guiding principle of the strategic plan is environmental stability or sustainability, and specifically that the township will make decisions in a sustainable manner while maintaining a focus on protecting our natural environment. Ontario Regulation 588-17 requires the township to consider the actions that may be required to address the vulnerabilities that may be caused by climate change to a municipality's assets. The township continues to see increasing demands for higher levels of service while not increasing taxes and user rates. It should be noted that an AMP is not a perfect document. It's a continuous improvement document, and it represents a snapshot in time based on the best information available at the time the report is completed. The AMP will continue to be improved with every iteration as more data becomes available. In Appendix D of the AMP, there are several recommendations on how we refine future AMPs. And some of those would include the continuous validation of asset inventory data and information, the formalization of condition assessment strategies for all asset categories, the continued implementation and alignment of risk-based decision-making as part of the regular budget deliberations, the continuous review, development, and implementation of optimal life cycle management strategies, the refinement of community and technical levels of service, the identification of proposed levels of service, and the refinement of the financial strategy to continually reduce and manage the annual capital funding gap. The state of local infrastructure, as presented in each asset category, provides the following. It provides a summary of the asset inventories that include descriptions and quantities and that support the various services provided by the township. Estimated replacement costs of the assets. It is important to note that not all assets are scheduled to be replaced, but rather continually rehabilitated. And as such, a replacement cost estimate serves as a foundational benchmark to highlight the significance of the infrastructure that supports various services. It'll include a description of the proportion of the estimated service life remaining relative to an asset's category's estimated useful life, the average condition of the assets weighted by the replacement cost, and a description of the data sources used to inform that section, including any relevant condition assessments, policies, and practices. The remainder of the slides will deal with the actual results of the 2024 AMP. Total asset replacement costs in the 2024 AMP is $774 million. Over the last 3 years, the township has seen an increase in asset replacement costs of approximately $104 million, of which $50 million is new or developer donated assets. This is approximately 5 kilometers each of new roads, sidewalks, water mains, sewers, and storm sewers, which increases pressures on the other asset classes such as fleet, facilities, machinery and equipment, and land improvements. And this generally represents about a 2 to 3% annual servicing growth rate for our urban areas. Approximately 87% of the assets of our $774 million assets are located within the roads, water, sewer, and storm networks. And while I'm going to focus on those assets that are generally in poorer condition, it should be pointed out that 89% of the township assets are generally in fair or better condition. And the remaining 11% of assets that are poor or very poor condition, they have a replacement cost of $44.4 million. And this is the equivalent of about 5 years of capital works with the township. So as discussed earlier in the presentation, a risk rating out of 25 is generated from multiplying the consequence of failure by the probability of failure. There are 109 assets currently deemed to be high or very high risk. This list this is a summarized list of the higher risk assets in the 2024 AMP and their replacement costs. Generally, they're emergency service vehicles, they're public works vehicles, there's water, sewer projects, there's some sports fields, the W.J. Henderson project, which is currently underway, are included in that list. So the majority of the high and very high assets are pipes in the water system network. And these assets are water mains consisting of either cast iron, ductile iron, or thin-walled ductile iron metal pipes. And the thin-walled ductile iron pipes installed in the early 1970s has been especially problematic for the township, with premature failures and high leakage rates, while older cast iron pipes could actually be in better condition. Unfortunately, the use of this specific type of pipe was not documented, so all metal pipes in this age bracket are treated the same until more information becomes available. Underground pipes are difficult to visually assess and require physically removing a coupon from the pipe to gain a true condition, so age-based conditions are initially used. As the metal pipes reach poorer age-based conditions, pipe sampling is done to determine the actual condition of the pipes, and whether it needs to be replaced, relined, or if the pipe still has additional life left. A new program was included in the 2025 budget for the water main relining program, and this will include additional sampling of water mains. As noted in the AMP, water pipe used in Odessa was Series A PVC pipe. And while these pipes are not considered higher risk assets if left undisturbed, when road work is occurring in proximity to this pipe, it unfortunately has a tendency to catastrophically fail, causing a fast leak, which can risk draining the water tower and would pose significant problems to the system. When road work is proceeding in Odessa, these pipes are likely to be prioritized over higher rated assets. So as discussed earlier in the presentation, the township is required to manually move to the next slide. Space bar will go to the next one. Hit F5. F5 should put it back in slide mode. That one right there, but So as discussed earlier in the presentation, the township is required to determine the life cycle activities that could potentially be undertaken for the lowest cost as a requirement of the regulation. This table provides a comparison of potential cost savings available if life cycle management strategies are implemented across the road network, which compares two scenarios. Various life cycle activities undertaken for the road network are discussed within the AMP. The public often asks, why are they doing that? And they should just pave it. Or why was that road work done when my road is far worse condition? Undertaking preventative maintenance and rehabilitation of roadways and other assets at the most appropriate time based on specific condition ratings has been shown to save money over the full life cycle of an asset. This AMP is projecting approximately $1 million in annual savings if all life cycle activities were to be completed at the correct time or appropriate condition. Avoiding the worst first strategy is sometimes necessary if the savings are to be realized. Township staff continue to seek opportunities to extend life cycle strategies to other asset classes. This chart represents the annual requirement needed to maintain each of the asset categories. So for roads, it's approximately $5.9 million a year. For sewers, it would be 2.8 million. Water system would be 3.0 million or 3.0 million. And for fleet, it'd be approximately 1.2 million, et cetera. So just to kind of have an idea how much is required to maintain. So following up on the previous slide, this chart shows the percentage of the asset category's replacement cost needed to maintain the asset category versus how much is actually being spent. So using fleet as an example, the replacement cost is estimated at $17.3 million. To maintain the fleet at its current level of service or condition, the township should be spending approximately 6.9% of that, or $1.2 million annually. And currently, the township is spending on average around 3.17%, or $550,000 annually. Again, that's an average over the period of time. For the water system, it's worth pointing out that the township's currently spending almost 80% of the target value, and it's currently the closest to actually reducing their funding gap. Do want to point out at this point that it should be noted that the actual reinvestment percentages shown, other than fleet, water, and sewer, are all proportionally based values based on the total funding available and spread over the remaining asset categories. And staff will be working to provide actual numbers for the other asset categories in the 2025 AMP. Thought we'd quickly just review the 2022 AMP recommendations that were approved by council. That the township implement the 20-year option that captures the changes in debt payments that involves full funding being achieved over 20 years by increasing tax revenues by 1.1% each year for the next 20 years, solely for the purpose of phasing in full funding to the asset categories covered in this section of the AMP. Increasing water user revenues by 0.2% each year for the next 20 years, solely for the purpose of phasing in full funding to the asset categories. Increasing sewer user revenues by 1% each year for the next 20 years, solely for the purpose of phasing in full funding to the asset categories covered in this section of the AMP. Allocating the Canada Community Building Fund, the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, and the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund revenue as outlined previously, and increasing the existing and future infrastructure budgets by the applicable CPI on an annual basis in addition to the deficit phase-in. So the next few tables show where we're at with the 2024 AMP and the differences from the 2022 AMP. So based on the 2024 AMP, the average annual requirement has increased by $1.4 million to 10.6. This represents an increase of approximately 5.1% annually over the last 3 years. When we look at the funding available for capital, the portion of taxes being directed to capital has increased by $570,000 or 6.9% annually over the last 3 years. The federal CCBF has only increased by about 26,000 since the last AMP, while the provincial OCIF, OCIF has increased by $547,000. The total annual funding available has increased by about 677,000, which results in an annual infrastructure deficit increase of 736,000 to 5.4 million. The tax-funded annual deficit continues to see pressures from the high rate of new residential development, higher capital replacement costs, and the annual capital contribution not keeping pace with the higher rates of inflation due to the ongoing budget pressures. This slide shows the 20-year option previously selected by council, and again, the 2022 or the differences from the 2022 AMP are highlighted in red. So the $5.4 million infrastructure deficit from the previous slide is shown here. Debt costs have dropped by about $132,000 over the last 3 years. To continue to meet the 20-year target, the annual increase in tax revenues for capital asset management would need to increase from 1.1 to 1.2%. The 2025 AMP will require the township to provide proposed levels of service and a funding plan for the next 10 years, which will likely affect the infrastructure deficit. Sorry. Based on for the user-funded rates, the average annual requirement has increased by 615,000 to 5.9 million. Right one. Just making sure I had the right text there. This represents an increase of approximately 3.8% annually over the last 3 years. When we look at the funding available for capital, the portion of user rates being directed to capital has increased by 758,000 or 9.6% annually over the last 3 years, which also represents the total available funding. And this results in the annual infrastructure deficit decreasing by 52,000 for water and 92,000 for sewer. So again, the 20-year option previously selected by council is highlighted again with changes in red. So using the $582,000 deficit for water from the previous slide, the debt costs have dropped by about $900 over the last 3 years. To continue to meet the 20-year target, the annual increase in tax revenues for capital asset management could potentially be decreased by 1.1%. The 2025 AMP again is going to require the township to provide proposed levels of service and a funding plan for the next 10 years, which may also affect the infrastructure deficit. The planned increases in the new 10-year rate study will result in a fully funded water system, and the rate increases identified here are only what is required for the maintenance of existing water assets. Similarly for sewer, the 20-year plan is provided using the $2 million infrastructure deficit. Debt costs have dropped by 92,000 over the last 3 years. To continue to meet the 20-year target, the annual increase in tax revenues for capital could potentially be decreased from 1% to 0.6%. And again, the 2025 AMP will be required to provide proposed levels of service and a funding plan, which may affect the infrastructure deficit. And again, these increases are only for the asset management portion of the rates capital works. There are 2 pages of recommendations within the financial strategy of the report that deal with the tax-funded and user-funded assets that council is being asked to endorse. And I've summarized both of these onto one slide. With the requirement to provide proposed levels of service in the 2025 AMP, which will likely affect the annual requirement and the infrastructure deficits, it's recommended to leave the annual increases at their current levels until the 2025 AMP is completed. Just thought we'd quickly just touch on some of the challenges and successes we've had. So some of the challenges that staff are continuing to work on include the use of age-based condition ratings, and staff continue to work on developing condition-based assessments that will better reflect the actual asset conditions. We're continuing to work on developing more accurate replacement costs for some asset classes. The 2025 budget includes money to conduct building condition assessments for all township facilities, and this will provide more accurate condition ratings and updated replacement costs. Road signs are currently a pooled asset and age-based in the AMP. Based on the average age used, these signs are now considered to be in poor condition. However, physical inspections of those signs, which are done annually, show that they are physically to be in very good condition. Staff will be working towards unpooling of several asset groups to improve the use of the data for operational purposes such as tracking maintenance, preventative maintenance, and to better reflect the assessed conditions. As discussed earlier, the tax-funded funding gap and the increasing service level expectations can continue to be challenges. And finally, staffing since the 2022 AMP, as most people know, there's been a very large turnover in both the finance and the asset management staffing. So some of the successes since our last asset management plan, the user-funded infrastructure deficit continues to shrink and is ahead of the 20-year asset management plan funding plan. The recent 10-year rate study builds upon the asset management plan and will provide a fully funded water and sewer service over the course of the study period. Asset management continues to be a strategic initiative of the township with asset retirement obligations, the 2024 AMP, the provincial and federal reporting, the 2023 audit reporting, and the adoption of several asset management maintenance strategies completed in 2024. The 2022 AMP laid out several long-term preventative maintenance strategies that have been included in the various budgets since that time. So finally, I'd like to acknowledge that this was a very collaborative effort. There were 5 working groups that were initially formed to deal with the various asset groups. Over 30 staff members have assisted in some way with the preparation of the 2024 asset management plan. I would like to extend my thanks to them and would be happy to answer any questions.
You, council, any questions for staff at this time?
Through your worship, thanks, Alex. There's a lot to digest there. I think you already answered this question for me, but I think you said, in terms of the backlogs and all the different, like, storm sewers, it looks like 5 million and machinery less than that and so on. You mentioned a 5-year, like, in theory, I know it's never going to work, but if you didn't have to do any other projects other than, what you should be doing, would it take 5 years to catch up? Or are we looking at 20 years as in the plan?
If we did not need to do any future capital or any capital from this point forward, and we spend the next 5 years just doing that work, we would catch up. But in the meantime, you'd have additional works that would kind of come along. So.
Theory is great, isn't it? I just want to ask a couple of maybe more specific ones, and just and sorry, I don't have the actual page because I have the council. It's on page 500 of 800, but it's your figure 56 on the core sewer system.
Sewer system?
Yeah. I'm just going to use this as an example because I think it's fairly constant all the way through. You got it in front of you there, the chart? So in that chart, you've got quite a backlog, obviously. And then 2024 and 2026, there's quite a blip. Is that, like, how do you forecast that, I guess? What do you look, do you have specific things already in line for those years, or do you anticipate major projects, I guess is the way to put it?
Well, again, the costs in this figure are based on the age of the asset and the condition of the asset. So often, the township has experienced large times of growth. if you look at, for instance, like Odessa, you know, all the water main and sewer mains were all installed in the 1974, 1975 range. Village of Bath is very similar. So I think it was 75, 76. So generally what will happen is all those assets will come up in a plan like this at roughly the same time. What's important to recognize, obviously, is like, this is not the capital budget. So staff will take these numbers and sometimes will, you know, obviously will work to smooth those numbers out. And then, so, you know, if we're looking at 2025, there's almost nothing showing up in there. And some of that work will be pushed into those lower years, obviously. Again, a lot of the assets are age-based, so they come up that way. As we get closer to doing them, then often the various operating divisions or engineering will be involved, and they'll be doing actual condition assessments, which may very well change when that work needs to happen.
Continue. So let's use that example of 2026. Theoretically, that's based on age, but a lot of that, some of that could be still, you know, within, I guess, the good zone in your matrix there.
Yes, it could be.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. If it's coming up in here, generally, it's because the condition has gotten down to a poorer condition based on age.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
And you're right, a lot of information there to digest. So we have the report with the recommendation. Deputy Mayor.
I would move the report from the Corporate Services Strategy and Innovation Department dated December 10th, 2024, read 2024 Draft Asset Management Plan be received. The council approve the 2024 Draft Asset Management Plan and its recommendations as attached to this report, with any budget implications each year to be approved in the budget process, and authorize the Director of Corporate Services Strategy and Innovation to make any required non-material amendments, and that staff make the final approved 2024 Asset Management Plan available to the public via the township's website and provide a copy to the Ministry of Infrastructure.
So moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Willis. Mover, any comments?
Just obviously, I appreciated the presentation. I appreciated, you know, naturally, you know, Mr. Scott mentioned all the various people involved in this work. However, I'm going to say, cometh the hour, cometh the man. The kind of assiduity and attention to detail and bilocating between the forest and the trees continually to put something like this together is an Alex Scott project, and he's to be commended.
Seconder.
I can't.
Any other comments this evening? Yes, clerk.
Based on the conversation that you and I had earlier today about the motion, the recommended motion, did you want to amend it so that the recommendations that staff are recommending council approve is more clear? Or did you want to leave the motion as is? I can show you what I have.
Let's put it on the screen and show us. Thank you.
So the change is under clause 2, and I have listed the 3 recommendations that Alex had proposed through his PowerPoint presentation.
And I would just look at the presenter to ensure that those 3 items there were the main items that were in the recommendation.
And the only thing with that is I did summarize a little bit on my slide, so the actual recommendations are the 2 pages that are in the financial section.
Okay, so is it better we leave it at the original then and we include both of those 2 pages? Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, so it would be as the recommendation as presented. We had a mover and a seconder. And I'll ask again, anyone wish to comment? Okay, so just before I call the question, I'm just gonna briefly comment. There was a bit of a list of, some numbers of staff members that were involved in this. I think when they actually all added up, it would be easier to list the number of staff that weren't involved in it, because it seemed like every time I went through the office, there was a lot of work being done on it and a lot of questions going out and receiving the answers that were needed for Mr. Scott to be able to complete this and bring it this evening. So basically, it's thank you to all staff that have been able to make sure that this came to fruition, and we'll be able to get it off to the province. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. And at this time, before we move to the next item, I'm just going to suggest we take maybe a 10-minute break. Council's been at it for a little while, and we'll reconvene about in the meeting at 9:10. And the next item up is the interim tax levy. Would you like to have some information you wish to provide or just here for questions?
This is just the annual bylaw and report. Just we're able to do it earlier in the year, so we've chosen to not wait until last minute. But if there's any other questions, we're here to answer those questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for clarification? Seeing none, would someone like to present a motion? Councillor Willis?
Move that the report from the Finance Department dated December 10th, 2024, read 2025 interim tax levy be received, and that bylaw 2024-102 being a bylaw to provide for 2025 interim tax levy and to provide for the payment of taxes and to provide for penalty and interest of 1 1/4% be enacted and passed.
So move. Excuse me, do we have a seconder? Councillor Parks, any comments from the mover? Seconder? Any other members? Call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. The OPP grant update. Is there any information you wish to provide on top of the report?
Thank you, Worship. There isn't really anything new other than what's in the report, but it's opened up again the budget consideration that we've spent 2 long days going through, but this was actually a good news stories to get the additional funding. So there's a recommendation that's in the report, but unless there's any questions, and nothing further.
Okay. Any questions for staff at this time? Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Worship. And just for my own ignorance, so assuming all these recommendations are passed, the 50% that gets pushed into next year, does that get interest? Like what happens to that? Just sit in a OPP envelope somewhere, or how's that work?
Thank you, Councillor, through Mr. Mayor. We don't normally, for those types of reserves, those small balances, we don't normally add interest onto them unless it's a reserve fund. This is just a straight reserve, so there wouldn't be anything additional that would be added to that. It would be straight amount in the reserve.
Thank you. Any other questions for clarification? Seeing none, there is a recommendation with the report. Would someone like to put one on the floor? Councillor Broderick.
I would move that the report from the Finance Department dated December 10th, 2024, read 2025 budget OPP grant update be received, and that council approves 50% of the funding in the amount of $208,202 be allocated to a specified OPP reserve to offset the 2026 OPP billing and the 2024 reconciliation and future OPP costs, and that council approves the 50% of the funding in the amount of $208,203 be applied to the 2025 OPP costs to reduce the required 2025 tax levy to $23,139,500, which equates to 5% increase in the residential tax rate, and that council approved the 2025 budget bylaw 2024-105, which authorizes the township tax levy requirement of $23,139,500.
So moved. Do we have a seconder? Deputy Mayor, any comments from the mover? Seconder? Anyone else? Call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Assumption of works, a portion of Potter Drive, Brennan Crescent, Babcock Boulevard, and Mill Creek Drive. Welcome. Is there any additional information or just here for questions?
Nothing further, Your Worship.
Thank you. So we have the report with recommendation. Would someone like to put it on the floor? Deputy Mayor.
I move that the report from the Engineering and Environment Division, December 10th, 2024, reassumption of works, a portion of Potter Drive, Brennan Crescent, Babcock Boulevard, and Mill Creek Drive be received, and that bylaw 2024-106, being a bylaw to assume a portion of Potter Drive, Brennan Crescent, Babcock Boulevard, and Mill Creek Drive as shown on registered plan 29M-56 as a public street be enacted and passed.
So moved. Seconded by Councillor Budrick. Any comments from the mover? Seconder? Any other? Call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Thank you. Algonquin and Lakeshore Catholic District School Board Reciprocal Agreement. Welcome. Is there any additional information or just here for questions?
Just questions, Your Honor.
Council, there is a recommendation provided. How would we like to, someone like to present one? There we go, Councillor Broderick.
Look where I am now, eh? I would move that the report from the Recreation Facilities Division dated December 10th, 2024, re Algonquin and Lakeshore Catholic District School Board Reciprocal Use Agreement be received, and that council approve the reciprocal use agreement to promote and share recreational use of township facilities and sports fields and school board facilities in the general form and content of the attached reciprocal use agreement, and that council authorize the mayor and chief administrative officer to execute the reciprocal use agreement.
So moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Willis, any comments from the mover?
Just congratulations for finally getting my former employer to sign on the dotted line.
Seconder, any comment? Anyone else? Call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Automatic aid agreement. Welcome, Deputy Graham. Do you have any additional information or just here for to answer questions?
Answer questions, Your Worship.
Thank you. Council, we have it before us. Would someone like to put a motion on the floor? Councillor Willis.
I move that the report from the Emergency Services Department dated December 10th, 2024, re automatic aid agreement, the corporation of the Township of Stone Mills be received, and that council authorize the mayor and the CAO to execute the automatic aid agreement with the corporation at the Township of Stone Mills that is satisfactory to the CAO.
So moved. Seconded by Councillor Parks. Any comments from the mover? Seconder? Anyone else? Call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Thank you. Motion for calling for investment in municipal infrastructure for Eastern Ontario small and rural communities. There is a recommendation there. You have that to put on the screen? Perfect. It's been a long night and we're all tongue-tied, I think. Okay, so there it is. We'll just scroll through it so everyone. Thank you. So if someone wants to put the motion on the floor as presented, Councillor Broderick.
I would put the motion on the floor as recommended under 11.10, motion calling for investment in municipal infrastructure for Eastern Ontario small and rural communities.
So moved, seconded by Deputy Mayor. Any comments from the mover? No. Seconder?
Only that this is coming out of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus and most of the upper tiers are passing this, but the EOWC is wanting all of us in the lower tiers as well to pass it just to get that extra push. So this will help me get brownie points with the Director of Policy.
Okay. Other comments? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. No committee of the whole. Notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion this evening? Seeing none, direct motions. Are there any direct motions to be presented this evening? None. Consent agenda. So all of the similar items are all lumped together for the consent agenda and can be received and addressed altogether, or they can be separated by extraction. Before we do that, I'm just going to turn it to the clerk for a minute for her to share some information.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to council. I am going to just ask council to make a small change to the resolution, two of the resolutions under 14.6, and I'll put that up on the big screen just shortly. But one of the resolutions is just context clarification. So that's for Resolution COW 2024-34. And then based on the motion council passed tonight under item 11.6 for the OPP grant, we have some one of the tax levy and the residential tax levy numbers are required to be changed. So I'm just going to put that up on the screen so that council can see it. And you don't need to, if you don't have any concerns, you don't need to pull the items through the motion that council will pass. You will provide me the authority to make those changes to those motions.
Okay.
So the first one's related to the motion passed by council on November 18th. It's just a clarification and context change. And then the second one, 2024-38, is related to the tax levy and residential tax rate change based on what you just approved.
Okay. Council, any questions on that or those amendments? Okay. Thank you. So going back, there is now with the recommendation change to as it has as presented. Should we change that to as amended?
Yes, please.
Okay. So with that, if no one is there any that anyone wants to extract? Seeing none, could we put a motion on the floor? Councillor Proderick.
Recommend that all items in the consent agenda dated December 10th, 2024 be approved as amended and that the necessary action be taken.
So moved, seconded by Councillor Boudreau. Any comments? Mover, seconder, other members? Call a question. All in favor? Motion is passed. Okay. That brings us to announcements. Any announcements for this evening? Councillor Parks.
I just wanted to share that Arnold Hare, a longtime resident in the village of Bath, who also was on the volunteer fire department. I believe he was also a Lions member, active in the community, in the church, has passed away. And my condolences to Brenda and his family.
Thank you. Any, Councillor Willis.
Thank you. I'd like to share condolences with the family of Eric Wellbanks, who was a longtime resident of Amherst Island and had many family and friends there. He was celebrated both at the Masonic Lodge and on the island in a service that was very well attended and full of people sharing good memories of him. And on a happier note, I'd like to congratulate staff and the merchants in Bath for another successful Merry Little Main Street that was particularly chilly, but a lovely evening.
Thank you. Councillor Proderick.
I would just like to thank the community of Wilton for the invitation to the Wilton Christmas dinner and also staff for the staff dinner today. I've had my feet of turkey and we'll move on to ham. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other announcements this evening? Seeing none. Confirmatory bylaw. Do I have a motion for the confirmatory bylaw? Deputy Mayor?
I move that bylaw 2024-107 to confirm the proceedings of the Council of Loyalist Township be enacted and passed, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign and seal.
So moved. Seconded by Councillor Proderick. Call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed. And a motion to adjourn. Counselor Willis. That the meeting now be adjourned at 9:26, seconded by Counselor Budrick. All in favor?